beautiful outfits. And of course, there will be an elegance competition. The judges will be looking for their best dressed of the afternoon, as well as the best turned out here in the paddock as well.
I presume you made an entry?
I might have to go and bribe those judges a little bit later on.
Excellent. Let's move on then to the racing and to the horses for our first race. And we start in time-honored tradition at the top with number 1.
We do. This is the local thoroughbreds Al Rayyan Breeders' Cup. 2,000 metres is the trip for this opening contest. And there is number 1, Absha, who lines up for Mr. Hussein. Marco Monteriso takes the mount. And this is a horse who's been running some not bad races recently, comes in with race fitness on his side, having run last time out in February, and he could come on again for that first race back.
Just a little on his toes in the paddock, you can see Abshir. This is number 2, Al Hareth. Another one for Jassim Ghazali and Harry Bentley, this extraordinary trainer-jockey combination who had 3 winners on the first day, 3 winners yesterday. Promise of more to come today. They're represented by the Blue Eye in the big race and by Al Hareth here.
So our jockeys receiving their instructions from respective connections. The next horse we're going to be seeing in close-up is horse number 4, I think. We're moving on to Footprint in the Sand, but there is number 3, who's just come out of the procession very briefly. It's number 3, Asher, who lines up for Hadi Al-Ramzani, and Gerard Avranches takes the mount on this one in the Algeri stud colours, who've already been successful at this festival.
And number 4 is Footprint in the Sand. Ahmed Kabesi is the trainer, and Fali Guggenheim takes the ride. Was aboard last time when finishing 2nd in the trial. Fali, who rode Mahit in the big race last evening, the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup.
And that form does tie in with horse number 5, Marjan, who finished behind Srab when finishing 3rd on the 2nd of February. Comes here in good form as well, with a win back here in December. And Alban Demure will no doubt have high hopes for this one in the Umquan Silks, with the assistance of Olivier Pellier in the saddle.
And next we should be able to show you last year's winner, Moadi, who took this, as I say, 12 months ago. He won't be running today. A late scratch, Moadi. 7 is Al Ajdal for Majed Seferdin, whose horses have been knocking at the door these last 2 days. Darren Williams, stable jockey, takes the ride. Shouldn't be too long breaking his maiden, but he is only rated 72 and looks up against it today.
So Eddie Pedrosa and Harry Bentley walking out to find their mounts for the race. Eddie Pedrosa is on board number 8, Asaf, who we can see there in shot for Zuhair Mosen, a horse who won at the December meeting here on the 29th, and again comes in good form, but this is a tough race and he will find it a little bit more competitive this time round.
Here's number 9, Maseta in shot now. Richard Mullen, who'd been doing so well in Dubai this winter once again. He's coming here today to take the ride for Jassim Ghazali. Winner last time, but overlooked by Harry Bentley today. That's number 9, Maseta.
Horse number 10 there is Salman Boutaila for Alberto Sanna and Stefano Abido. Just one of the more lightly raced in the field, having had just 2 starts previously. So every chance that this horse can continue to improve and seems to be taking a step forward with every run.
And number 11 is Hadir. Handsome grey daughter of Atlantic Air. She's trained by Alban Demille for Umquan, combination who took the final race yesterday. Gaëtan Fausson takes the ride, and 2 from her last 3.
Now here is one of the real leading fancies, Srab for Ahmed Kabesi, and Alan Munro. Has an excellent record, 14 wins in total from 38 starts. Won the trial for this race in February and going for the hat-trick today.
And finally, number 13 in those bright orange silks. That's Jean-Baptiste Hamel riding another one for the Majed Seferdin stable. This is Shawk, who was a little bit disappointing last time, but remains relatively unexposed to some of these. Just a 4-year-old filly, Shawk, and should be the last one to head down to post. The sun is coming out now. It's warming up considerably and baking the turf here in Doha, and we're all set for a fantastic afternoon. This opening race is the Al Rayyan Breeders' Cup. It's a prize fund of $150,000 US, and it is for local thoroughbreds, that's to say horses who've been foaled here in Qatar. Let's introduce our commentator for Emir's Sword Day. I know he's looking forward to it as much as we are. It is Mark Johnson.
Thanks very much indeed, Nick. Good afternoon, everyone. Runners now begin to arrive down at the starting point for our first race of the afternoon. Just to confirm here, we do have one scratch. The 6-horse Modi, last year's winner, has scratched out of this race. There's also an overweight for the 5 Marjan, plus half a kilo of overweight for the 5 Marjan. And just drawing your attention to a later scratch on the card today, we have one further scratch out on today's card. Go to race number 4. In race 4, horse 3 Hakim has been scratched. That's in race 4, scratch the 3 Hakim. There are no further changes through today's card. If you've been with us here at Al Rayyan Racecourse or watching on the feed around the world over the last couple of days, you will have noticed that we were racing out in the second lane on the turf, but today the rail is down, so we're racing in lane 1 right up against the inside of the turf course. First race, run over 2,000 metres, or 1.25 miles, and therefore the start for this race is at the beginning of the home straight. They'll race up towards the enclosures, racing around about 400 metres before they come up past us, and then have a complete circuit of the racecourse ahead of them. Once again, turning back towards home with another run-in of around about 2 furlongs, 1/4 mile or 400 metres from the turn to the winning line. Number 3, Asia, was the one who was taken to the start ahead of the rest and will very shortly be joined by Gerald Avranches. We have a Best Turned Out Horse Award for our opening race, and we've got details of that now.
Well, our sponsors have very generously put up a Best Turned Out prize for each of our 7 races this afternoon, and the first of those, generously given by LG Shipping, and James Luck presenting the £500 cheque to our winner, which goes to number 4, Footprint in the Sand, and our congratulations to that horse's groom, Abdullah Akram.
Thanks very much indeed, Gina. Runners are at the start, and very shortly they will begin the load for our opening race of the afternoon, the Al Rayyan Breeders' Cup. Highest rated horse in this race, number 2, Al Hareth, bidding to give both Jasmine Ghazali and jockey Harry Bentley a 7th win during this 3-day festival. And Al Hareth, a prolific winner. He's won 17 times during his career. All his victories have been here at Al Rayyan Racecourse. He was 4th behind Modi in this race 12 months ago, and he has won 13 of his 17 victories on the turf course here. His 1 win over course and distance came in the 2015 running of His Highness the Emir's Silver Shalfa Trophy at this meeting. He also took the local thoroughbred guineas back in 2014. There is number 8, that is Asaf with Eddie Pedrosa. Eddie has had a winner on both of the first 2 evenings of this 3-day festival. He rides for Zuhair Mohsen here on the grey Asaf. Asaf, twice a winner, 1 win on each surface here, 1 on dirt and 1 on the turf. And both his wins have come just shy of this distance. He's trying the 1.25 miles or 2,000 metres for the first time this afternoon. There's one of the 3 fillies and mares in the field, number 13, Shawk. She's unexposed. She's only had the 4 runs so far. She won the local Thoroughbred Oaks Trial over 1,600 on the turf before running a good next second in the local Thoroughbred Oaks behind Mazela last time out. She's a full sister to a horse called Batter, who won the 2015 local Qatar Derby here at Al Rayyan. So she's very nicely bred. Majed Seferdine trains, and Jean-Baptiste Demel will be aboard, coming out of gate 13. Not a great draw, drawn on the wide outside. There is the almost white daughter of High Chaparral. She's called Sarab, and she's in great form. She's won 14 times from 38 starts during her career. 11 of her wins have been on turf, but she's in tremendous form this season here in Qatar. She's won 4 of her 6 starts so far this season, and more significantly, she was the winner of the trial for this race. She's going to be ridden by the Epsom Derby winning rider Alan Munro, riding here for Ahmed Kobasi. Now they're loading the gate. The first 4 have moved into line. The winner of the trial, Sarab, about to go forward into stall number 7, has gone in. Just backing away from stall number 1. Footprint in the Sand, second in this race last year behind Modi. So did best of the horses who are reopposing 12 months later with the defection of Modi from today's race. Footprint in the Sand, ridden by Fala Bugenheim. We've still only got so far 6 of the 12 runners installed. They're still working there on Footprint in the Sand, drawn up against the inside rail. Winner of 5 of 29 career starts. All the wins have been on turf, including one over this exact course and distance back in 2014 in the Qatar Local Thoroughbred Derby. The Sauls team still working on trying to get number 4, Footprint in the Sand, installed, and still we only have 6 of them in. There is number 7, that is Al Ajdal, who's one of 2 maidens in this race, and that is number 10, the other maiden, that is Salman Boutela with Alberto Sana. Well, at the moment, no less than 9 stalls handlers being employed to try and get Footprint in the Sand in. Rider is off Footprint in the Sand. We may have an announcement about the participation of that horse. So the others are moving into line. Looks as though Footprint in the Sand is going to be unsaddled. And now rearing up and almost throwing the rider was Salman Boutela, whose rider Alberto Sana did end up on the turf, but he landed on his feet and showed good pony technique to get straight back aboard without a leg up. Salman Boutela going into stall number 5. And so that's just about it. Stand by, and they're off. They've gone without Footprint in the Sand, who refused to go into the stalls and was withdrawn. It's the Al Rayyan Breeders' Cup. They run over 2,000 metres, and flashing early speed is Asaf, who's towards the inside of Abshur, and around the outside the filly Hadia, and it will be Hadia who will head them all off as they go towards the turn. Taking a hard pull is Al Hareth, won't settle. Clear sailing for Shawk right round the outside, but we 5 deep as they go into the first turn with Hadia, who's now got the rail and got the lead. lead. Asaf taking the trail with Shork around the outside and Al Hareth still inclined to over-race. Next in the field towards the inside races Al Ajdal racing alongside Abshir, who's in the turquoise. On that one's outside is Sarab, and then four deep is Mo Sater. Towards the rear of the field is Asiya, who's racing alongside Salman Boutela, and also at the back of the pack is Marjan. They make the run down the back stretch and at halfway in the Al Rayyan Breeders' Cup, and it is still the filly Hadir out in front, clear sailing by a length and a half. In second is another filly Shork. Then towards the outside, Al Hareth, the 17 times winner, with Asaf on that one's inside. Next in the field is Sarab, the winner of the trial, and then Abshir. After Abshir is Al Ajal, who's now being pushed along. Very wide is Mo Sater. He's had a very wide trip throughout, racing in advance of Asiya. Pushed along is Marjan, and Salman Boutela is still at the back of the field, but no more than 7 lengths off the leader in a compact field, who make the turn with now just 500 metres to go. And it's Hadir who's still out in front. Shork is racing in second. Sarab on the wide outside comes under a ride. So too is Asaf on the inner. Then Al Hareth, who's then being followed into the lane by Al Ajal, but kicking on the lead is Hadir, and Hadir still has the lead. Asaf now has got clear sailing. Harry Bentley and Al Hareth are now powering down the outside together with Sarab. They're inside the final 100 metres. It's Al Hareth now on the outside of Asaf. Lunging late is Sarab, and it will be Sarab. Sarab and Asaf in a head bob right on the line. Back in third with Al Hareth, and they pulled a little clear of Asiya, and the running on Salman Boutela. First, number 12, Sarab. Second, number 8, Asaf. The third horse, number 2, Al Hareth. An official result of race 1, the Al Rayyan Breeders' Cup. First, number 12, Sarab. Second, number 8, Asaf. Third, number 2, Al Hareth. The run time, 2 minutes, 08.07 seconds. 2 minutes, 08 flat. The fourth horse was number 11, Hadir. Fourth, number 11, Hadir. Now returns to the winner's circle, the winner of race 1, the Al Rayyan Breeders' Cup, number 12, Sarab, a daughter of High Chaparral, trained by Ahmed Kabesi, ridden by Alan Monroe, and now a 5 times winner this season, including the trial and now the big race itself, the Al Rayyan Breeders' Cup. The winner of race 1, Sarab.
High,
So victory for Sarab. She's 8 years old, this mare, by the Dual Derby winner, High Chaparral. And that's a hat-trick she's completed in recent weeks, all in the hands of Alan Monroe, who's got a good tune out of her and delivered her late and fast down the outside here. You can see her festooned with the sheepskin accoutrements, noseband and cheek pieces, but she's run on pretty honestly, and I'm going to get a word with the winning connections very shortly. And hopefully trainer Ahmed Kabesi is going to come and have a chat with me. Ahmed, well done. This filly's in really good form at the moment.
Yes, thank you. She's always has been the best.
Always the best you've had?
She's always has been the best here.
And 8 years old now, but she's showing no signs of slowing down.
Well, she's good. Last year she won 2 cups. She only ran 4 times. She won the champion in the end of the season. She got injured before that race last week, the same week. She entered, but she injured herself. She kicked the rails. So we didn't run her last year in that race. And 3 days before. But she's come back really nice, and bless her, she's a very good filly.
Bless her indeed. She wears the sheepskin cheek pieces, sheepskin noseband. I don't think I've ever seen such a big pair of cheek pieces, but she's very genuine.
She's a little bit madam.
Is she?
Yeah. Yes, she is.
And Alan Munro obviously gets a very good tune out of her. Does she take a little bit of knowing?
She's absolutely, Alan, he know how to ride her. We put her, he won 2 cups with her before, and he's a good jockey.
And a lovely start to the day on what's the most prestigious day of racing here in Qatar. How special does it feel to be a part of it?
That is fantastic. To win a day like today is unbelievable.
Top man, Ahmed. Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you very much.
The result for race 1, the Al Arayan Breeders' Cup. First, number 12, Sarab. Second, number 8, Asaf. Third, number 2, Al Hareth. The fourth horse was number 11, Hadia. And the fifth horse was number 3, Asiya. 12, 8, 2, and 11. And the run time, 2 minutes, 08.07 seconds. Race 1, now official.
Breeders' Cup ready. Breeders' Cup ready to run, and they're off and racing. إذا أيها السيدات والسادة أيها المتابعون الكرام في كل مكان، أسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير على الأراضي العشبية. في الريان بارك ينطلق الريان بريدرز كاب بمشاركة 12 من الجياد المهجنة الأصيلة هنا في الريان في سباق سيف سيدي أمير البلاد المفدى. أول الأشواط تنطلق الافتتاح. إذا ذا مارون جوكي in front with the grey horse number 11 هدير أتلانتيك اير جي فايكن in front. ذا مارون جوكي في المركز الأول، يأتينا في المركز الثاني. هنالك شوق لعبد الله بن جفال النعيمي مع جون باتستي همل. الأورانج جوكي على المركز الثاني. ذا داربي وينر in the third. العنابي والأبيض الجواد الأزرق لخلفان السويدي الفائز في داربي قطر ينطلق على المركز الثالث بقيادة إدواردو بيتروزا ينطلق على المركز الثالث، بينما أحد المرشحين اللي هو لمشعل بن علي العطية الجواد الحارث مع هاري بنتلي في المركز الرابع يتسلل مع ذا جراي هورس سراب. ان فرنت نعود الى الصداره والمركز الاول هدير باي اتلانتيك اير جي فايكن في المركز الاول لصالح الباند ميول وامجرن فارم. العائده ملكيتها لسمو الشيخ عبد الله بن خليفه الثاني في صداره هذا الشوط. ان الاورنج جوكي شوق مع جون باتستي هامل ان ذا سكند ان ذا ثيرد ذا مارون اند وايت ذا داربي وينر ان ذا ثيرد ان ذا فورث ان ذا فورث نشاهد الجواد سراب ذا جراي هورس with إيلين مونرو ينطلق باي هاي شابرال من الخارج. نشاهد تدخل لمسيطر. الانطلاق يأتينا لخليفة الكواري ينطلق مع مسيطر، ولكن نعود إلى الصدارة في المركز الأول. أمجرن فان في الصدارة يلحق بها خلفان السويدي وذا جراي هورس. فعلا أيها المتابعون الكرام الأمتار الأخيرة هنا ذا جراي هورس، تو جراي هورس إن فرونت، خلفان السويدي مع الشاب. شوف سراب in the last minute بينما الحارث يحاول هنا الدخول الجماعي. سراب
We come to the presentation for our first race of the meeting, the Al Rayyan Breeders' Cup, and we're already off and underway with a thrilling finish in which number 12, Srab, triumphed. We're delighted to have Justin Zayat with us here of American Pharaoh fame to make the presentation, starting with our winning jockey, Alan Munro. What an excellently timed ride it was as well aboard Srab, and our congratulations also extended to winning trainer, Ahmed Kabesi. And finally, our congratulations go to the winning owner as well, and whose silk Srab carried to victory, Mr. Mohammed Kazim Al-Asari and his sons. Well, we're no doubt set for some equally exciting finishes throughout the afternoon, but our first race was won in excellent fashion by number 12, Srab, winner of the Al Rayyan Breeders' Cup 2017.
So runners in the paddock now for race 2, as you can see, and we're going to take them one by one. We'll start with horse number 1. This is Karab for Mohammed Jassim Ghazali, so the smaller branch of the Ghazali operation. Colours carried to success yesterday, and good run behind Gazwan in the Sword Trial, and ridden today by Pier Antonio Convertino. A purse of $250,000 on offer for this Group 1 Purebred Arabian Qatar International Cup.
And there is Eddie Pedrosa alongside Adrian Beaumont of the International Racing Bureau. Number 2, though, is Mathias du Soleil, and the trainer is Pierre Desmonaz. Adri de Vries takes them out. This is the first run in Qatar for this horse in the colours of Sheikh Khalifa bin Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Thani, and ran in Dubai before appearing on the dirt last time out here. First run on turf here in Qatar, and needs to take a little bit of a step forward.
Next horse we're going to look at is number 3, Mithar Fathbar, in the hands of Eddie Pedrosa. Top-class rider. We saw him in action yesterday, getting up to win the penultimate race in the shadow of the post, every inch of his strength, and rides this horse, Mithar Fathbar, for Ibrahim Al-Malki, whose horses are in excellent form. He's had a winner each of the first 2 days.
Horse number 4 is Kasi for John Egan and Mr. Hussein in the Al Thumama racing colours. This is a horse who was a winner quite a while ago now in 2015, and probably needs to step back up to recapture some of that old form to figure here.
And from Kwasi to Razi, number 5 for Jassim Ghazali. Looks a picture, this horse. Clear pick of the paddock for me. And Harry Bentley steered him to victory last time, and does so again. And for all that he needs to step up a little bit on his efforts, he's a progressive horse, and he should be in the mix. Trainer had a winner for these owners, Al Shahania stud, yesterday.
Oh, we mentioned the strong international presence at this meeting, and Adri de Vries, one such international participant who has been champion jockey here in Qatar as well as in his native Germany as well. Number 6 is also an international raider, albeit from Oman, RB Champagne Taste, ridden by Monis Al-Sayabi for Hamad Saeed Al-Malki, and he finished 8th in this when contesting this race last year.
Really interesting runner, ridden by Olivier Pellier, is Thunderstruck, number 7. He's run in this race several times before and hasn't cut much ice, but he comes in here in fantastic form. Beat Basel last time. Basel goes in the Emir's Sword later, and prior to that, finished 4th behind last year's Sword winner, Gazwan. So he's got form with all the best Arabians, Thunderstruck, Alban de Meules and Olivier Pellier. Formidable combination. There's number 8, Emir, Darren Williams, in the colours of Zakir Stud. Long way behind quite a few of these. His last couple of starts, he's got an awful lot of ground to make up with them.
Horse number 9 could undoubtedly be in with a chance here for Julian Smart and Richard Mullen taking them out. He's been progressive, a winner of a trial last year in December, and takes a step up in class here, but certainly been going the right way.
That's number 9, Shabi Al-Ri, and Zikrit sports the silks of Sheikh Joan's Al-Shikab racing operation for Thomas 4-seat. And these are the colours that will be carried by Al-Murtajez as he bids for the $1 million Triple Crown in the Emir's Sword later this afternoon. Julien Auger takes the ride on Zikrit here.
And completing the field in the Umquan colours, start with number 11, Humam, who comes in here with a good chance. Beaten last time, a rare defeat for this horse who's been going from success to success for Alban de Meules, the trailer. That was over slightly further, so the drop to 1,600 metres will suit, and she looks to have an excellent chance.
So $250,000 purse here. First prize of over $140,000 US. It's a Group 1 for purebred Arabians. And there is Samar going to post the other Umquan runner in the hands of Christian de Muro. And we'll hand you over to Mark Johnson.
Thanks very much indeed, Nick. We have some overweights for this Qatar International Cup, our first Group 1 race of the day. Overweight on the 7, TM Thunderstruck plus half a kilo. Overweight on the 10, Zakreet plus half a kilo. Overweight on the 11, Humam plus 2.5 kilos. There are no further changes. A field of 12 go to post. Running here over a mile, which means they start on the far left-hand side of the race course from the enclosures on the starting chute for the 1600 metres. They race around about 200 metres before they take the dogleg turn, which takes them into the back stretch, and then that long run down the back before they make the turn back towards home, leaving the back straight with around about 700 metres to go and returning back towards home with the final run in once again of around about 400 metres. There's number 1, Karab, who was a little bit green on the way down towards the starting point, which, as this is his 13th career start, was a little surprising, but he had to just be rousted down to the start by Pier Antonio Convertino, winner of one of his 12 career starts so far. There is number 2, that is Mahes du Soleil. Mahes du Soleil already a Group 1 or Grade 1 winner, because this horse won one of Britain's biggest Arabian races, won the 2015 Group 1 Shadwell Arabian Derby at Newmarket. Also 3 wins in France. Those victories coming in France over 2,000 metres at Toulouse. Second run off a break today, having made the debut here in Qatar last time out on the dirt. They're at the post. Julian Smart, who sent out the winner of this race back in 2012, Haran, who won when ridden by Darren Williams. So once again, this prestigious Group 1 race has a significant prize for the best turned out horse, and Nick has details of that.
And that best turned out, Mark, is number 5, Rasi, as has been judged by our sponsors, and a very generous prize of $1,000 goes to the groom of Rasi from the Jassim Ghasili stable. Our congratulations to Isto Madj and Mohamed Jackie, the recipients of that award, and also to Abdullah Kabesi, the racing manager here at QREC, for making the presentation.
Thanks, Gina. Apologies for that. Now, the runners will very shortly be loading up for our first Group 1 action of the afternoon, the Qatar International Cup for the purebred Arabians, and they are moving into line. Karab, one of the first ones into stall number 9, moving him in the first colours of Khan into stall number 7, Humam, who was the winner of the 3-year-old Arabian Oaks here in December. She had a bit of a flat spot that day. She travelled really well and then just took a little bit of time to get going, but she finished with a real rattle in the closing stages. She's one of the runners here for trainer Alban de Merle, who's got a great record in this race. Indeed, he sent out the winner of this race 6 times in the last 10 years, although the last time that Alban sent out the winner was back in 2013 with Monteza, one of the great Arabians of the last few years. We're down now to the last couple to move into line. TM Thunderstruck towards the outside, completes the lineup, and they're off. Arabians away and racing in the Group 1 Qatar International Cup, and they got away to a very level break. And not going a great pace in the early stages, with Karab spearheading the field in the early stages. Sabir Al-Ria is one who's been pushed along at the back of the field, didn't pick up the bit in the early stages, and now it is Mithath Athbar against the inside rail, who goes on in the hands of Eddie Pedrosa as they make the run into the back straight. Karab is racing in second, and then towards the wide outside is TM Thunderstruck, and those three now in a line across the track. Hammam towards the inside rail is just in fourth. Pushed along is Kasi, who's now in a share of fifth place. Next, a length and a half away is Rasi, who's towards the outside of Oman's RB Champagne Taste. Then to the inside rail is Samar. After Samar, a further length and a half to Zikrit in the Al Shakab silver colours. Being ridden along now and losing ground is Zamir. Towards the rear of the field is Mahes du Soleil, and the back marker is Sharbia Al-Ria. They're on the turn, 500 metres to go. Mithath Athbar still has the lead, a maiden, but going for glory. Karab racing in second. TM Thunderstruck poised on the outside. Hammam, as is her wont, hits a flat spot now, but she stays on towards the inside rail. Down the outside trying to pick up is Samar, and so too is Zikrit. Also picking up, weaving its way through on the far side, Mahes du Soleil. Less than 200 to go. TM Thunderstruck now level with Mithath Athbar running huge down the outside. Here comes Zikrit and also Sharbia Al-Ria, but as they come to the line, it is tight between TM Thunderstruck and the lunging Zikrit. And then on the outside was Sabia Al-Ria. That is a photo finish for the win. A photo finish for the win. Here are the closing stages. TM Thunderstruck, the 9 times winner, goes for home in the hands of Olivier Pellier, but on the outside it is the 7, or rather on the outside the 10, Zikrit, lunging under Julien Auger. TM Thunderstruck, I thought just got the head bob, and did. First is number 7, TM Thunderstruck. A 7th win in this race now in the last 11 years for trainer Alban de Meur, confirming 7, 10, 9. 7, 10, 9 and 2. 7, 10, 9 and 2. Runtime 1:42.60 seconds, 1:42 and 3/5.
So coming back into the winner's enclosure now, Olivier Pellier on Thunderstruck. Pellier is exceptional on these Arabians, and it's another Group 1 success in the silks of Khan Racing for local trainer Alban de Meur, who's enjoyed so much success with the Arabians down the years. Carrying the second colours of Khan, the red cap, Julien Auger was sporting the first ones, but it's Olivier Pellier that wins on Thunderstruck. Julien Auger was riding the runner-up Zikrit, went down very narrowly, and that was close to a career best for Zikrit. But Thunderstruck, he's had a few goes in this race and has been disappointing in the past. No disappointment today, and he came into this race in fantastic form with that 5-length demolition of Basel last time. Olivier looks well pleased with his work as he dismounts from Thunderstruck, and was aboard last time as well in the Sheikh Abdullah over 1,600 meters. So it's clearly got an excellent tune out of this horse. And we're going to have a word with the winning connections here. Olivier, congratulations, well done. You got a really good tune out of this horse again.
Yes, he won last time very well, and we don't have a very good race. I think, you know, I'm a little bit cover, but the horse have a lot of speed, so I can just cover, so I stay a little bit on the outside. So then he's generous. So then before the last turn, they give me the chance. And after I have a long acceleration, but it's fine.
Julien Auger was coming at you hard and fast at the end on Zikrit, but your horse was very game.
Yeah, he don't really stop. So he just continue on the same pace. And the winning post is here. He's on the mile. So it's not the 2 miles, mile and a quarter, just mile is enough.
And I know it's a very different feeling, a different sensation riding these Arabian horses, but you seem to have got the knack of getting inside their heads.
Yeah, and compared to a thoroughbred, you cannot compare. It's a different ride, different horses. Just different horses. Just think about horses, and I'm very confident with Alban Demir because my trainer, and we have a good communication. And he said, now you know the horse, you know your job, do it.
Even better when it's for $250,000 as well.
Just starting the meeting, so I hope all the horses is running well, and just starting for the second race. I hope the race is coming.
Always good to chat, Olivier. Well done. Olivier Pellier, the winning rider of the Group 1 Qatar International Cup on Thunderstruck Class Act.
Results now official for race number 2, the Group 1 Qatar International Cup. First, number 7, TM Thunderstruck. Second was number 10, Zikrit. Third, number 9, Sabia Al-Ria. Fourth, number 2, Mahes du Soleil. The fifth horse was number 3, Mithath Athbar. 7, 10, 9 and 2, the numbers. The run time, 1:42.6 seconds. And a second win in this race for Olivier Pellier. He was aboard a horse called Rakia, who won back in 2011. Race 2, now official.
ready to run for Qatar International Race and they're off and racing. أيها المتابعون الكرام، أيها السيدات والسادة، انطلق كأس قطر الدولي على الأراضي العشبية لمسافة الميل 1600 متر للخيل العربية الأصيلة بمشاركة 12 من الجياد العربية الأصيلة في مجريات الشوط الثاني. انطلاق موفق للجميع الحقيقة. خليفة بن شعيل الكواري مع كراب. سلالة مجد العرب يقود السباق ببيير كومبارتينو. ذا بلاك اند بلو أيضا ينطلق محذاف عذبة للمملكة العربية السعودية لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير عبد العزيز بن أحمد بن عبد العزيز آل سعود. ينطلق على المركز الثاني القادم من المملكة للمشاركة، بينما المركز الثاني دولة قطر مع كراب. سلالة مجد العرب مع الغزالي. المركز الثاني والثالث شعار سمو الشيخ عبد الله بن خليفة الثاني تيم ثندر استراك خطوة بخطوة مع همام لسلالة جنرال ومجد العرب. بينما المركز الرابع، نعود إلى المركز الرابع لنشاهد تراجع الآن، تراجع شعيل بن خليفة الكواري مع كراب. سلالة مجد العرب المملكة العربية السعودية نفرا ذا بلو اند بلاك جوكي ينطلق على المركز الأول في هذه الصدارة. سلالة عامر وكرويج على الصدارة، ولكن تيم ثندر استراك بدأ بالانطلاق مع مسيو اوليفييه بيليه ذا فرين جوكي يأتينا بالمارون جوكي. فعلا أيها المتابعون الكرام، تيم ثندر استراك ينطلق في هذه الآونة ذا هوس باي مجد العرب، بينما يعود مرة ثانية الجواد اللي هو محداث عذبة القادم من المملكة العربية السعودية. هنا زكريت، ولكن الدخول زكريت تيم ثندر استراك. It's a photo finish.
And there was the great man in action in another thrilling finish to race 2. It was Thunderstruck who prevailed. And we're delighted to move on to the trophy presentation. We welcome Khalifa Al-Attar, a member partner of Kia Motors, to do the honours, starting with our winning jockey, and what a master he is, Olivier Pellier. On behalf of the trainer Alban Demure, we're delighted to have Inez Demure to accept the trophy. And once again, the Quan Silks carried to victory. It's been a successful 3 days for them so far, and there is our winning trainer Alban Demure on behalf of the owners, Quan.
took it right out.
I know he did as well. No, because I was messing around, so it's not going to be good now. I look like very odd in that position.
We move on now then, ladies and gentlemen, to our next race. It's race number 3. Action coming thick and fast here at Al Rayyan this warm Saturday afternoon. And a really important thoroughbred race this, the Dukan Sprint. It's a local Group 3 and it is supported, sponsored for the first time by Breeders' Cup. We extend a warm welcome to the representatives of Breeders' Cup who are here today. Chief Executive Craig Fregel, Vice Presidents Josh Christian, Brian Pettigrew. And an international lineup for the Dukan Sprint. And we'll start off by having a look at number 1, Beach Samba for Ibrahim Al-Malki and Salim Golem. Poor strike rate for this horse, just 1 from 25, but has been running quite well by his standards. That said, he'll have to improve to beat the best of these today. Comes from stall 4, number 1, Beach Samba. Gina.
Well, one of the local runners, Nick, and one who's certainly at the right address, judging by success of this festival so far. Jassim Ghazali trained number 2, Black Granite. This will be the mount of the one and only Frankie Dettori for the Injaz stud, and a horse who's been in good form of late. He won back here in December on turf and put up a few good efforts subsequently on the dirt as well.
First of our international contenders is number 3, Caspian Prince, who's been plying his trade very effectively in Dubai recently for new trainer Roger Fell. Third to the best turf sprinter in the world, Ertijal, last time, and that form should see him in here with a good chance. He'll be up there amongst the early leaders. He comes from stall 8. If he can clear those to the inside, he'll be a tough nut to crack.
Well, the runners continue to parade for this most prestigious of contests, continues to go from strength to strength, and with the partnership with Breeders' Cup this year is no exception. Number 4 is French Encore, who's one of the local trained horses for Debbie Mountain, and Alan Munro has been in good form over this course and distance recently, but needs to step up, or is going to find this a little bit tougher with some of those incoming international raiders.
Yeah, we also welcome trainer David Evans to Doha. There he is, David, giving the instructions to John Egan. David, who's trained over 1,500 winners through his career. He runs 2 horses this afternoon, and both fancied. One of them is this horse, Gracious John. He's 5-year-old, and ran a really good race, went 4th in a conditions race at Lingfield last time, but he's well up to this sort of level. And although he's not drawn so well, he could well run with credit.
Now this is a horse we all need to keep our eyes on. Is that right? One of the leading contenders in this field for the Jassim Ghazali stable is the mount of Harry Bentley. Won this race last year and returned with a win back here in February. Comes here in sparkling form, entitled to come on for that run. 108 days since his last performance, but he looks fit and raring to go.
That's Darren Williams receiving his instructions from connections of Qatar Light. We'll have a look at Qatar Light in a moment. That's number 10. But we'll move back in sequential order and pick up number 7, Lupi. Another one for Mohammed Jassim Ghazali. Richard Mullen takes the ride. Good strike rate, this horse, for one of his abilities. 7 from 22. But normally runs in a grade or 2 below this. And he'll have to improve a little bit on what he's shown so far.
Number 8 represents the winning trainer from our last race, looking for a quick-fire double, Alban Demure. It's Malik. And again, Olivier Pellier takes the mount, looking for that quick-fire double.
One of the most popular horses in training in Europe. Who's been plying his trade to great effect in Dubai is number 9, Medician Man, who's trained by UK-based Jeremy Gask. Runs in the colours of Stuart and Kate Dobb. Adrie de Vries takes the ride. And Medician Man has been running with huge credit in Dubai of late. A very popular winner, 2 starts back, and then beaten by the nosiest of noses last time. He's won nearly 3 million in Qatar reals, and at the age of 11 is showing no signs of regression.
Number 10 is Qatar Light for Majed Seferdine. Darren Williams takes them out. And a 5-year-old who's had 23 starts. Doesn't visit the winner's enclosure too often, and will probably have to raise his game about it against a field of this quality.
Number 11 is Risk Adjusted, colt by Bushranger. Jahal Avanche takes the ride in the Almari Silks and was beaten by today's rival Is That Right last time. A perfectly good run and has a chance, certainly from stall 1, if he gets out on terms.
So the bella's gone. Very shortly the jockeys will be getting the leg up and heading out onto the track. There's number 12, Sand Between Our Toes. JP Guillenberg takes them out for Mubarak Al-Kayarin. Has a couple of wins to his name this season, but does need to bounce back from a couple of disappointing efforts since then.
13 is Victory Laurel. Also in the Is That Right race last time out and finished a good 3rd. And that was his first run on turf for a little while as well. Eddie Pedrosa takes the ride. Stall 6, Victory Laurel. Not a forlorn hope here. So you've seen the runners for the Dukan Sprint. It's a Group 3 race, sponsored for the first time by Breeders' Cup. And great to see such healthy international participation for this race. And we saw an excellent running of the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup yesterday evening, which was won by Sovereign Debt. I'm going to have a word with Jeremy Gask, who's the British-based trainer of Medician Man. He's 11 years old, Jeremy, but he's been winning in Dubai, and you must be full of hope this afternoon.
11 years young, Nick. But, no, he's in terrific form. Since arriving in Dubai, he's really trained on well. Last year when he went over, he sort of wasn't too well when he arrived, and that showed. But he's certainly done everything right this year.
And as regards how he looks today, he's just getting a little bit warm in the paddock. Does he always do that?
Yeah, it's not surprising with him. I don't think it's actually been that warm in Dubai or here. I think this is probably the first really warm day. And his coat's probably, you know, this time of year he tends to start to get a little bit of a coat, but that's actually coming out now, so that's a sign of his wellness. It's I noticed saddling him up that it's starting to turn already. So, you know, I'm not unhappy about that.
You've got a star man in the saddle as well, Adri de Vries, who you know from Dubai, and I'm sure he'll get on very well with him.
Yeah, I've been watching Adri ride in Dubai, and I think he'll suit the horse well. He knows the track, so no, very happy.
Best of luck, Jeremy. Great to see you.
Thanks, Nick.
So the runners now out on track for the Group 3 Dukan Sprint, sponsored by Breeders' Cup. They race over 1,200 metres, 6 furlongs, and a field of 13. There's just one small change, an overweight for the 8 Malik, plus half a kilo over for the 8.
Here,
I've got a spare hat in there, and it's...
Okay.
You're welcome to borrow it. You don't have to. That's so weird. I just suddenly thought.
So this running of the Dukan Sprint, supported by Breeders' Cup, and 13 runner field, and there's the opportunity here to win a MacBook Pro.
And then you put the elastic underneath.
And I have 13 cards, each with a different number, and we're going to randomly distribute them through the crowd, and the person who draws the winning horse wins a MacBook Pro. And we will be drawing that after the race. In the meantime, we have a Best Turned Out award, and
They're at the post.
We come to the best turned out now for this Group 3 Durkan Sprint, sponsored by the Breeders' Cup, and we're very pleased to have our sponsors here, Brian Pettigrew and Craig Ferrell from Breeders' Cup. And what a prize, a MacBook Pro for number 11, Risk Adjusted. Our congratulations go to the Mr. Hussein stable and to Hadi, who looks after our best turned out in race 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Group 3 Durkan Sprint is sponsored for the first time by Breeders' Cup, the hosts of the Thoroughbred World Championships.
The best seek fame and fortune. The best is elegance at 120 decibels. The best run all day and party all night. The best are speed, power, and grace. The Breeders' Cup, with 13 championship races and 28 million in purses and awards. The best is yet to come.
So runners now at the starting point. Very shortly, they will start the load for the Breeders' Cup sponsored Durkan Sprint. And as Nick and Gina were saying down in the paddock looking at the horses here, a high quality field and also a race that is going to be run at a hurtling early gallop. There's so much speed tied on here with the likes of Caspian Prince and Medician Man, two of the fastest sprinters certainly in Europe, and they are likely to go pretty hard. Gracious John, another horse who can show a great deal of early speed. Alban Emir, who saddles Malik here with Olivier Pellier in the saddle. We have two previous winners of this race lining up once again this year. Number 6, Is That Right, was the winner last year. Harry Bentley riding for Jazim Ghazali, and Is That Right also was second in this race back in 2015. And the other previous winner, the 2014 winner, Sam Between Our Toes, who's a 14 times winner during his career. JP Guillaumbert will have the ride, and Sam Between Our Toes is also a regular in this race, was 4th last year behind Is That Right. Just a slight tack adjustment being made to the saddle of Medician Man. That girth just been tightened a little for Adré de Vries. And there is Qatar Light with Darren Williams riding for Majed Sefardine in the green colours. Qatar Light, winner of just 2 of his 23 career starts. 1 win at Maison Lafitte in France and 1 win over here in Qatar. That came in December of 2015 in a race over 1,100 metres. Rider of the 11, Risk Adjusted, is off at the moment, Gerard Avranches. Gracious John in the blue and yellow colours of owner Terry Reffel, representing Dave Evans. John Egan in the saddle. Gracious John, who has run a little bit wide when he's gone around tight turns in the past, but mostly when he's gone left-handed. He's gone quite wide in races at Lingfield and at Chelmsford in the past, so it'll be interesting to see how he handles the turn right-handed out of the back stretch here as we take a look now at Risk Adjusted. Just 1 win from 15 career starts, came over the straight downhill course at Hamilton in Scotland when trained by Anne Duffield. Now representing the Seine Yard. There's number 8. That is Malik. Malik has won 2 of his 13 career starts. Problem is, he's a horse who may have shown his best form and be best even at shorter distances than 1,200 metres. His wins in France were when trained by Henri-Alex Pontal, broke his maiden at Fontainebleau, and then also won at Dieppe. He's up in grade today. Looks as though they're having to carry out quite a tack adjustment here to number 11, Risk Adjusted. I'm not absolutely certain, but they might well have a problem with the girth, so we might be in for a little bit of a delay here. Gérard Avranches is leaning up against the rail, and I think they're actually having to make quite a significant tack adjustment here, and it might be a problem, well, it could even be a problem with a shoe. They're taking a look at the horse's near 4 at the moment. His left front leg. There is Gérard Avranches amongst the winners here yesterday. Risk Adjusted, who, as we said earlier on, his win came running down a very steep hill at Hamilton. Steep hill down the first 400 metres and then quite steeply uphill the final 300 metres or so. And it looks as though Risk Adjusted may have thrown a plate here. Might have lost a shoe, so still may have quite a delay. If we get any more news, we'll pass that on to you. Yes, he has thrown a plate, and the farrier is now down at the starting point, so there will be a delay to this race as number 11, Risk Adjusted, has spread a plate. So there will be a slight delay. Number 11, Risk Adjusted, has spread a plate.
Hiatus in proceedings. It gives me the chance to welcome Breeders' Cup Chief Executive Craig Fravel to Doha. Breeders' Cup supporting the Stukan Sprint for the first time and the start of a new association, Craig, as we can see from your lapel badge there.
Yes, we're very happy to sponsor this race, a new relationship with the Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club, and we look forward to see who wins.
And there's a reciprocal arrangement as well, because QREC will be supporting a race on the undercard at Breeders' Cup.
That's right, and we're looking forward to having them at the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar this summer, and hopefully some folks from this crowd today.
And how are you enjoying the racing here?
It's lovely. It's a beautiful day. What could be better?
And you're back out to Del Mar tomorrow, is that right?
I'm back to Los Angeles, and we have planning meetings starting on Monday for the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar this fall.
I'm very much looking forward to it. Craig, great to see you here. Welcome to Doha.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks to Nick and Greg. Well, we were hearing from the guys in the paddock. The plate has been replaced on Risk Adjusted's front left, and now Gérard Avranches is back aboard. He's another horse who might well have to go forward here. He's drawn right up against the inside in gate 1, as now they begin the load. The first 3 have moved into line. Loopy goes forward with Richard Mullen. Be followed in by Harry Bentley on last year's winner, Is That Right? Slots into gate 10. Loopy just a little restless in 9. Medician Man goes forward now. The 13 times winner goes in with Adre de Vries into stall number 2. Risk Adjusted will go to the adjacent gate 1. 3 back. The 2014 winners, Sand Between Our Toes, and JP Guillambert just backs out. Loopy's getting very restless in the 9 here. Sand Between Our Toes goes forward once again. Caspian Prince and Malik to complete the line for the Breeders' Cup sponsored Stukan Sprint. Sprinters in the gate, and they're off to a picture-perfect start. Caspian Prince flashes his usual early speed and has taken the lead. Driven Sam between our toes to try and go with him. On that one's outside, Is That Right? And then Gracious John, and out very wide is French Encore. With Medition Man, a change of tactics. He's dropped right out the back of the field by Adré de Vries. Out the back with Qatar Light as they flash through the first 300. And Caspian Prince is taking no prisoners. Stand Between Our Toes is racing in second. Beach Samba towards the inside now in a share of third with Is That Right? These then being followed by Gracious John and Victory Laurel, who is coming under a ride. But Caspian Prince has got many been ridden in behind. Medition Man still sitting chilly right at the back of the field. He's got 300 to go and 8 lengths to find on the leader, who is the sprightly veteran, Caspian Prince. Down the outside, Is That Right? Gracious John and Risk Adjusted coming on next. Down the outside is Black Granite. It's now Is That Right? And Caspian Prince still staying on Black Granite. The leader now, Is That Right? And it is That Right with on the outside Black Granite. But Is That Right is a back-to-back winner of the Dukan Sprint from on the outside Black Granite and on the inside Caspian Prince. First, number 6, Is That Right? Second, number 2, Black Granite. Photo for third. Unofficial winner of race 3, the Group 3 Dukan Sprint, sponsored by Breeders' Cup. First, number 6, Is That Right? Second, number 2, Black Granite. We'll confirm the other places in a few moments' time. Unofficial run time, 1 minute 09.40 seconds. 1 minute 09 and 2/5. Closing stages, Is That Right? And Harry Bentley getting the head bob to win from on the outside Black Granite, and it was Caspian Prince, who always wears his heart on his sleeve, who has held on for third place. The third horse is number 3, Caspian Prince. And Is That Right? Emulates Roi de Vitesse as a dual winner of the Dukan Sprint. Roi de Vitesse, who won this race in both 2013 and 2015. It is also a 7th winner of this 3-day festival for Jazim Ghazali and Harry Bentley.
Well, it's a 1-2 for Jazim Ghazali, who has dominated this festival so far, and a first winner of the afternoon for Qatar's leading trainer, Frankie Dettori and Harry Bentley, his 2 jockeys, as they make their way into the winner's enclosure. Harry Bentley, the leading rider here in Qatar. And what another thrilling finish it was to proceedings, as the Group 3 Durkan Sprint is won by last year's winner in fine form, number 6, Is That Right?
That's fine, not a problem. I just need to... Have a prize for you. Yes, no, that's fine.
So it could be a really busy afternoon for this duo, this informed team who dominated this time last year with, I think, 5 of the 7 winners on the day. Could it be another red wash, we say, in the Injaz stud colours for Jazim Ghazali and Harry Bentley? They, of course, line up with the Blue Eye and the Big Emir's trophy worth $1 million later on. And he's had his briefing. Harry, just a quick word before you head back in. This is quite the horse, isn't it? And really seems to come alive on the big night.
Yeah, I mean, I won this race on him before, and he's very, very quick. I mean, Caspian Prince is rapid, but once he got there, he just ran around a little bit, but he's got there when it matters.
You were conscious that they'd set quite quick fractions, presumably, and you needed to be up there sharpish.
Well, I knew they'd go quick, and this lad's very, very fast himself, and from draw 10, it was quite important to get in and get a good position, which we were able to do, so the early speed helped me.
Confidence high for the rest of the afternoon. Well done.
Thank you.
Harry Bentley there, the winning rider. And I'm delighted to say we gave 13 tickets at random to the crowd, and the man that got closest to picking the winner, is that right, is Namruda. Namruda, I know you don't speak much English, but the good news for you is that you have won, for getting closest to the win, a MacBook Pro with all our compliments.
Thank you.
So look after it. Have a great day here in Al Rayyan.
أول شغلة وبهدي هذا الفوز لسمو الأمير الشيخ تميم حفظه الله أمير البلاد المفدى، وبشكر جميع الحضور اللي شرفونا بميدان سباق الدوحة.
Thank you, Namruda.
Thank you. Thank you.
There we are. Namruda wins the MacBook Pro. We'll be giving out another one a little bit later on.
Results for race 3, the Dukan Sprint, sponsored by Breeders' Cup, now official. First, number 6, Is That Right? Second, number 2, Black Granite. Third was number 3, Caspian Prince. Fourth, number 5, Gracious John. The fifth horse was 11, Risk Adjusted. 6, 2, 3 and 5, the numbers. The run time, 1 minute 09.40 seconds. Race 3 is now official.
Dukhan Sprint, Aerof and Racing, sponsored by the Breeders' Cup. Just start. أيها السيدات والسادة، أيها المتابعون الكرام، انطلاق موفق للجياد المهجنة الأصيلة في السبرنت. سام between our toes، يحاول كسب الصدارة، بينما كاسبيان برنس في المركز الأول. في البلو جوكي في المركز الثاني يلحق به ثانيا. هنالك الجواد اللي هو فرنش أنكور على المركز الثالث، أو الجواد بيت سامبا. بينما المركز الرابع الذي يتدخل الآن ذا إز ذات رايت، يتدخل الآن في المركز الثالث. بينما الصدارة للجواد اللي هو كاسبيان برنس. ينطلق ديلان توماس مع توم أفيس على المركز الأول في صدارة هذا الشوط. الجواد رقم 3 ينطلق كاسبيان برنس على المركز الأول. بينما المركز الثاني المحاولات تأتي من إز ذات رايت، يحاول كسب الصدارة إز ذات رايت فور شيخ مشعل. ينطلق على المركز الثاني ويخطف الصدارة إز ذات رايت. عن دخول قوي مع كاسبيان برنس. إز ذات رايت he will win the sprint race. He's the winner.
So we come now to the presentation for the Dukan Sprint, sponsored for the first time by Breeders' Cup. Delighted to welcome Breeders' Cup's Chief Executive Officer, Craig Fravel, to the stage to present the trophy to the winning rider on Is That Right, the champion jockey here in Qatar, Harry Bentley, ladies and gentlemen. And another victory at this Emir Sword Festival, a 7th for trainer Jassim Khazali. Is That Right, taking back-to-back editions of the Emir Sword, and in the colours of Injar Stud, and the representatives of Injar Stud, welcome them to the stage now. Many congratulations, gentlemen. 10-time winner, 7 times here in Qatar, and back-to-back victories in the Dukan Sprint, sponsored by Breeders' Cup. And perhaps we might see the winner in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint at Del Mar in October. Let's hope so. Ladies and gentlemen, on to our next race as the connections file into the paddock, as you can see on the big screen there. And we'll start off by having a look at number 1. Catch a Wave for this Al Bidar Mile, sponsored by NBK, prize fund of 250,000 US dollars. Quality contest, and stepping up in grade again here. There is Catch a Wave, once again ridden by Alan Munro, who knows this gelding pretty well, but has been beaten by 1 or 2 of today's rivals, and beaten fair and square, you'd have to say. So even not badly drawn in 6, and even though he's only had the 10 starts, he's going to have to improve.
Well, one horse who could well have improved lines up for this man, Richard Hannon, a regular here in Qatar. Gayar is his runner from the Al Shakab racing team. And they'll have the able assistance of Frankie Dettori on board, a lightly raced sort, a winner at Newmarket in the UK, and he could take a step forward here and figure in the finish against some of these leading international connections for this Al Bidar Mile.
Number 3 is scratched here, no number 3. So we'll move on and have a look at number 4, Moi, who is trained by Ibrahim Al-Malki. Thomas Lukacek rides. I'd be happier back on turf today than dirt last time. He wasn't a bad horse when trained in Britain, but for all he's young and relatively inexperienced, he doesn't quite look up to this grade.
Horse number 5 is another of the UK representatives in this lineup, Mr. Scaramanga, who lines up for the Simon Dow team, for Robert Marston, Christopher Brennan. Adrien de Vries takes the mount, and he has some decent form, including a win at Lingfield in December in the UK. So he comes here with race fitness on his side, and it'll be interesting to see how he gets on against some of the local rivals.
There's number 6, Not a Lot. In the Al Jazra stud silk, Gerald Avranches takes the ride and was quite an impressive winner last time out. That was on the dirt, and it was over 1,200, so he has to step up a couple of furlongs and switch to the turf. But if he replicates the basic level of the form, then he's an interesting runner.
So the jockeys receiving their instructions from the trainers. Number 7 is one that could also figure. Pazir for Ibrahim Al-Malki comes here in really good form, looking for the hat-trick, having scored twice here in Doha. And Eddie Pedrosa, already successful at this festival, takes the mount.
And the next horse we can see is Perfect Storm, Pazir's stable companion. Number 8, another one for Ibrahim Al-Malki. Ibrahim's horses have been running well here. Salim Golub takes the ride. Eddie Pedrosa riding Pazir. And on jockey bookings, you'd have to say that Perfect Storm is the second string here.
And there's Alan Munro, who's receiving his instructions. Number 9 is Please Let Me Win, whose form ties in very closely with another of the leading contenders here in Not a Lot. Finished second on the dirt under Harry Bentley behind him last time out. And will he be able to turn the tables this time round? He lines up for Jassim Ghazali, looking for back-to-back victories after his success in the last race.
It's one of the most expensive horses ever bought to race here in Qatar, Please Let Me Win. He fetched a lot of money at last year's Tattersalls Horses in Training sale. Harry Bentley riding for Jassim, looking for their 8th winner, as Gina was saying. 10 is Prince of Cool in the silks of Mohammed Abdullah Al-Attaya. Marvin Swerland rides Prince of Cool, and been running on the dirt and the all-weather in the UK, Chelmsford and Newcastle. And he's a horse who only just stays a mile, you'd say, if at all. There he is.
The second of the David Evan runners lines up in this field. It's a horse called Sea Fox. There is Harry Bentley. And the Al-Kuwairi colours will be carried by him. They've got a team with several runners in their stable, third order as well. But this is 11, Sea Fox, for the David Evans team. And at third of the UK Raiders we've come through, John Egan takes them out. And again, one whose form ties in with Please Let Me Win in the UK. He finished behind that one, went 4th at Newbury on his final start in the UK back in October.
Quite well fancied for this Sea Fox. Next horse we'll see is third order in the Kuwairi colours, Pier Antonio Convertino taking the ride. And this is a horse, in contrast to one or two of those we've talked about earlier on, who needs every yard of this mile. And was a winner at Beverley in East Yorkshire back in August. And Ben Curtis rode the horse and saw that out pretty strongly. Beverley's a stiff track as well, so I think third order, this 1600 meters is going to be a bare minimum.
Just a few more to see in the paddock. Trouble, of course, is next for Niels Peterson, a Norwegian representative, as this festival continues to grow in international status. Per Anders Greyberg will take the mount here, and he's already had a run in Doha and ran a really good race to finish second, so could be an interesting one to figure.
Number 14 is What a Surprise. And Alberto Sanna takes the ride. And he's been running consistently well. And he can run perfectly well again, though I think there are likelier winners in the race. And the filly Incandescent is at the back. Fale Bugenheim rides this filly by Pivotal. Faham Al-Ramzani. Long, long way behind a few of these in the 3-year-old trophy last time over this distance. So it has quite a bit of ground to make up. So they're the runners then for the Al Bidar Mile. It's a Group 2. It's sponsored by NBK. And on behalf of Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the representatives of NBK and thank them for their continued support of this event.
Jake. Well, one of the UK contenders here is Gaillard, and he lines up for a familiar face here in Qatar in the Al Shakab Racing Silks, Richard Hannon. He looks to have a decent enough chance. Has he come forward since what we saw from him in the UK last year?
I think so. I've taken him to Kempton a couple of times, so he's pretty fit. And I think, considering he's come from the cold in England, he looks very well for this time of year. He hasn't had that much experience. Hopefully he'll like the track. And we just won best turned out, so that's the end of our chances, I'd imagine.
You look like you've thrived for the trip to Qatar, enjoying the sun on your back. Has Gaillard enjoyed it similarly, acclimatised well?
Yeah, I think he has taken it well, and yeah, it's been a great trip so far. All we need to now is some prize money to go home with.
And it seems to get more and more competitive every year, Richard. You were here last year, of course, and you've come close enough. You've had some decent runners, but do you think this could be the year you could nab one?
Yeah, we were 3rd and 4th last year, and as the prize money goes up, so does the competition, unfortunately. But I think this is probably the best chance we've had since we've been coming here, I hope.
Say no more. Good luck.
Thank you.
We come to the prize for the best turned out again, presented by our very generous sponsors, this time the St. Regis Hotel, and we're delighted to have Anne Prunier here on their behalf, and what a prize it is, $1,500 US. And as Richard Hannon mentioned, that does go the way of number 2 Gaillard. And our congratulations to Deep Singh, who looks after number 2, Gayar, winner of the best turned out.
They're at the post now for race 4, the Group 2 Al Bidar Mile, sponsored by NBK. Once again, starting on the chute to the left-hand side of the main enclosures, and that run to the first dogleg turn to take them into the back straight, just over 200 metres. Confirming that number 3, Hakim, is the non-runner here, and there are 3 runners in the same ownership, numbers 4, 7 and 8. There's a colour change on number 8, Perfect Storm. It isn't a black cap, it's now a gold cap on number 8, Perfect Storm. The only fill in the lineup, Incandescent, will be one of the first ones to move forward, with Fala Bugenheim going into stall 13. Indeed, already 3 or 4 of them have gone in. Pazir, who owns a perfect record of 2 out of 2 in races here in Qatar, moves forward next. Followed in by Please Let Me Win. Now the Norwegian-trained Trouble of Course, ridden by Per Anders Graberg, goes forward. Trouble of Course goes into stall 8. To the inside, Mr. Scaramanga and Adre de Vries, drawn in stall number 2. Next to him will be Sea Fox and John Egan, going forward now in the black and pink colours. Still out of line is What a Surprise. Down now to the last couple to load. What a Surprise will just about be the last one to move in. In the gate. And they're off. They race over a mile in the Al Bidar Mile Group 2, sponsored by NBK, and away to a level break, although Incandescent is slightly outpaced in the early stages, and so too is Trouble of Course. They leave the chute behind them, and it is Catch a Wave towards the inside, who presses on together with Prince of Cool on that one's outside. Then on the inside rail, Sea Fox racing a close third, Gayar and Francadatore in 4th position. Then Pazir, who's towards the outside. On the inside, Mr. Scaramanga. These are them being followed in midfield on the inside by Moi, who's racing now just in behind. Not a lot. Still the back marker is Incandescent, and also towards the rear of the field is Perfect Storm. They go towards halfway, 900 to race, and the leader now is John Egan on Sea Fox, who goes on to Catch a Wave racing in 2nd. Prince of Cool, the maroon, is out deep in 3rd. Mr. Scaramanga has had a good trip in 4th. Gayar being niggled along now in 5th. Pazir is 4 deep, followed by Not a Lot making the turn next, and then the ridden along Moi. They race on towards the final 400 metres of the Al Bidar Mile, and it is now Catch a Wave who re-engages to the outside of Sea Fox. These two now head and head. Pazir set down for the drive. Mr. Scaramanga now is beginning to take aim as they race down towards the final 200. It's Mr. Scaramanga who now goes on. Pazir on the outside, Sea Fox, and then Not a Lot, but it is Mr. Scaramanga who is out in front. He strikes gold today, Mr. Scaramanga. Tight for 2nd between Pazir on the outside of Not a Lot, and on the inside was Sea Fox. First, number 5, Mr. Scaramanga. And there is a photo for other placings. An official winner of the Al Bidar Mile Group 2, sponsored by NBK. A win for number 5, Mr. Scaramanga. There is a photo for other placings. Here's the slow motion. Mr. Scaramanga got a brilliant trip here under Adre de Vries, riding the horse for the first time. Winner here for Epsom-based Simondale. It's tight for 2nd. On that evidence, looks as though it might be Pazir, who's just got 2nd, over Not a Lot in 3rd, but we'll wait for official confirmation. Here's now the result of 2nd. 2nd was number 7, Pazir. 3rd, number 6, Not a Lot. The 4th horse was 11, Sea Fox. 5, 7, 6 and 11. An official run time, 1:34.85 seconds. 1 minute, 34 and 4/5 of a second.
Jubilant scenes down here in the winners' enclosure. You saw the owners and trainer Simon Dow celebrating there. Simon, many congratulations. It was a bold bid to come here to Doha, and it has paid off for you beautifully.
Absolutely. Well, very lucky to have the horse, and Robert Moss and Dale Brennan, great supporters of my stable, and they've pretty much changed our lives in the recent year or two. And full marks to Adrian Bowman as well from the IRB for encouraging us to come.
And he's a horse who had some fair form before you had him. What did you like about him when you went to buy him?
He's a bonny little horse. We wanted a horse with a decent rating, with a concept that we might be able to be lucky enough to go to Maidan. But he didn't race so good in the trial, and so when this race appeared, we thought this would be a wonderful option. He won a little race for us on the all-weather at home. It didn't seem quite the same level of form as he'd been showing last summer.
And it seems the dimensions of this track suit a horse who is really tough, who can hold a position and then find plenty of pressure.
I think we were very lucky with the draw. We got the plumb position, and he just got a super slot throughout. And Adri, who we hadn't met before, he obviously he knows his way around here, and he's given him a wonderful ride, really wonderful ride.
He's a class act, Adri de Vries, isn't he?
Absolutely right, absolutely.
And how have you enjoyed the whole trip, Simon?
It's really been fantastic. It's been a privilege to be part of it, and so we're hugely grateful to have been invited, and we've been spoiled since we've been here. It'll be a long old way back to Lingfield.
Thanks for your support, and it's great that you're here in Doha. Simon, well done.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
JB? Well, what a result. Mr. Scaramanga is the winner of the Group 2 Al Bidamal 2017, much to the delight of the connections who've made the trip here to Doha. Simon Dow, his Epsom-based trainer in the UK, Robert Moss and Christopher Brennan, the winning owners. And of course, a man who's familiar to the Qatari spectators here, Qatar champion jockey formerly, and a champion jockey in Germany as well, Adri de Vries, who rides this track so well, and he got such a tune out of this horse, Mr. Scaramanga. Now, not only a huge feather in the cap for the winning trainer, the jockey and the owners, but this horse was bought by Robert Moss for 90,000 at the Tattersalls Horses in Training sale. And with 250,000 US dollars in the pot, that now looking a really shrewd move for the team. So our congratulations to all of the connections of Mr. Scaramanga.
Results of race number 4 are now official. The winner of the Al Bidar Mile Group 2, number 5, Mr. Scaramanga. Second, number 7, Pazia. Third, number 6, Not a Lot. The fourth horse was number 11, Sea Fox. And the fifth was number 8, Perfect Storm. 5, 7, 6 and 11 in a run time of 1:34.85 seconds. Race 4 is now official. Here are the distances for that race. The winning margin was 3/4 of a length. And a head, 3/4 of a length and a head.
is ready to run. And البدع مايل. They are off and racing. البدع مايل أيها المتابعون الكرام, sponsored by NBK. Just to start. ان اوردر ايها المتابعون الكرام. 15 جواد في المشاركه لهذا الشوط. البدع مايل الثيرد بريد, انطلاق موفق لحسن عبد الملك. كاتشا ويف على المركز الاول ذا يلو جوكي, بينما الهورس نمبر 10 الهورس نمبر 10 برنس اوف كول بقياده مارفن سورلاند from the far side and the near side ذا يلو جوكي كاتشا ويف. and the third نشاهد التدخل من قبل سي فوكس ينطلق مع جون ايجن على المركز الثالث, بينما المركز الرابع هنالك مستر سكارامينجا على المركز الرابع, بينما الجراي جوكي in the fifth. الجراي جوكي في المركز الخامس غيار فرانكي دي توري ينطلق. ريتشارد هانن على خامس المراكز, بينما تدخل ابراهيم المالكي بانطلاقة الجواد بازير. انطلاقة ادواردو بيدروزا على المركز السادس. نعود الى الصدارة. انا فرانت بينك جوكي سي فوكس على المركز الاول. انطلاق موفق سلالة كودياك تقود هذا الشوط, بينما اليالو جوكي يتدخل. كاتشا ويف ان ذا سكند. الين مونرو يتدخل على المركز الثاني, بينما التدخل القوي الان ياتينا من البلو جوكي. هنالك ماستر سكارامينجا يخطف الصداره على المركز الاول. التدخل هنا نشاهد الخيال ادواردو بيتروزا ان ذا ثيرد, ولكن الصداره لا تزال لماستر سكارامينجا. البدع ماي ذا وينر هوس نمبر 5 هنا البدع ماي.
Jubilant scenes all round in the winner's enclosure as Mr. Scaramanga takes the Group 2 Al Bidamal. And we come to the presentation. We're delighted to have His Excellency Sheikh Nawaf Nasser bin Khaled Al Thani, who's the chairman of Nasser bin Khaled Al Thani. And he, first of all, presents the trophy to our winning jockey, Adri de Vries. Next up from the UK, our winning trainer, Simon Dow. And finally, our congratulations also go to the winning owners, Robert Moss and Christopher Brennan. Not only now jubilant owners here in Qatar, but also responsible for the purchase of this horse as well at the Tattersalls Horses in Training sale, and that's looking like money well spent. Our congratulations to all of the connections of the 27 Al Bidamal winner from the UK, Mr. Scaramanga.
She's 10, she's got a brain tumour, and we're doing like all the friends doing photos in famous places in the world. But it'd be amazing if I could have a photo. This one you've had all week. I know, yeah. Really appreciate that.
Yep.
Well, the runners now filing into the pre-parade for race number 5, which is His Highness the Emir Shalfa, sponsored by Horizon Automobiles. This is for thoroughbreds, 3-year-olds and up, and a $250,000 US purse. So as the runners file into the paddock, we can take a look at them in closer detail, starting, Nick, with number 1.
Yeah, that's right, Gina. And we should make mention of the fact that the Emir Shalfa this year is sponsored by Horizon Automobiles. You see there, beautiful Aston Martin just out in the garden party area. Court of Versailles is the first horse we'll see for Khalid Rashid Al Mahanadi and Gerald Avranches. Long way behind the Blue Eye in the trophy trial last time. This is more his level, and he can go well today.
Number 2, Naif Dancer, looks to have a good chance here. Won at this meeting last year and comes here in good form, a good placed effort in this trial behind the Blue Eye, no less. He should find this a little easier. And he's also a handicap winner back in December. So one of the key players here, number 2, Naif Dancer.
Next one we'll be able to see is Vedavani. Vedavani's the mount of Frankie Dettori today. Frankie will be riding Arab Spring in the Emir's Trophy a little bit later on. Rides this one for Jassim Khazali. And was very disappointing in the last 2 starts, but again, he's dropping in class here. This looks like a more suitable task for him. And here's his stable companion, Gina, Black Beach.
Yes, one of a hatful in the race for Jassim Ghazali. Black Beach is ridden by Pier Antonio Convertino and comes in here off the back of a win on dirt, albeit on a wet track, and definitely one that could figure in this field.
Jumeirah Tower, Ibrahim Al-Malki, he's got his horses in good form. Ran well in this race last year. Eddie Pedrosa takes the ride, and a good second to Opera Baron in the trial last time. And Opera Baron reopposes today. We'll talk about him in a few moments' time. You're having a look at Thomas Lukacek in shot. He rides Right to Dream, number 10. Back to number 6 now, Gina.
Al-Mohalal. Darren Williams takes the mount for Majed Seferdine. And this is a horse who has some decent enough form to his name, albeit over a shorter trip last time out. Finished 4th behind Opera Baron, so that form will tie in with horse number 8, who we'll see shortly.
There's the Seferdine team getting their instructions. This is an interesting runner. Magnolia Beach for Wassim Mohammed and Adri de Vries. Pretty disappointing last couple of times, but has got some back class that entitles him to a bit of respect. So I wouldn't entirely rule him out. And the jockey booking is hardly discouraging. Adri, who won the previous race on Mr. Scaramanga.
And similar comments apply to the jockey on board, number 8, Opera Baron, who'd be one of the leading fancies here and probably the key player from the Jassim Ghazali operation. Harry Bentley looking for a double, and this horse comes here in excellent form. A winner of the trial, had several of these in behind him that day, and looks to have a leading chance in this field.
Number 9 is Flag War, owned by Miss Mariam bin Shel Al-Kawari. Mubarak Al-Kairin is the trainer. Jean-Pierre Guillaumbert rides, and again was one of many of these horses who finished in the backwash behind the Blue Eye last time, but in all truth, very few of these would ever have pretensions to getting anywhere near him, and horses that are going to be running in the trophy a little bit later on. So not totally disgraced, wasn't a bad horse in Britain, and may yet get into top gear here in Qatar.
And number 10 also fell victim to that rival, the Blue Eye, who we'll be seeing later, as Nick mentioned. Number 10, Right to Dream, ran in that same race, finished 8th. Thomas Lukacek takes the mount here for Ibrahim Al-Malki.
And Ibrahim well represented in this race. He also has number 11, Crafted. Salim Golem takes the ride on Crafted. Was only beaten a couple of lengths in the Opera Baron race last time out, and didn't really have the rub of the green that day, so could yet finish a little bit closer. Even so, he's got to reverse the form with a whole bunch of horses who finished in front of him.
Horse number 12 is Al Rayyan for Majed Seferdine, a horse who's been running over a slightly shorter trip recently. Again, finished in behind Opera Baron last time out and does need to take a step forward from that performance. but a different trip today up to the 2,000 metres.
Copley's Walk is number 13. Looks well too. Mohammed Hussein trains for Al Thamama Racing. They had a winner yesterday. John Egan takes the ride today. Not been in terrific form lately and needs to improve quite significantly, and has still won as well.
The Striking Grey by Verglar is number 14, Skate, for Christian Demuro and Stefano Ebido. And has been quite highly tried here in Qatar. And probably one that just needs a little bit more based on that performance, finishing well down the field behind Opera Baron last time.
Next horse you can see is number 15, Robinielli, for Mohamed Jassim Ghazali. Olivier Pellier takes the ride. And this is a horse who might just be starting to acclimatise to racing in Doha. Hasn't run at all badly, particularly when third to Opera Baron in the Derby trial, one of the Derby trials back in the middle of December. Not saying he's going to beat that horse, but he's an interesting runner nonetheless. And there is Al Tashid.
Another interesting runner in the field for Mohamed Jassim Ghazali, part of the operation, who have several runners in this field. And this horse certainly not without a chance, seems to be on the upper placed effort last time, having won under Harry Bentley earlier in the year, back in January. It's Richard Mullen now who takes the mount.
So there you got it. 16 runners going to post for His Highness the Emir Shalfa, sponsored by Horizon Automobiles. $250,000 purse. Out onto the track now. Let's head up and get the thoughts of Mark.
Thanks very much indeed, Nick. So making the way down to the 2,000 metre start in the home straight. Just cantering past us now with the red cap is Opera Baron. Won the trial for this race. Keep an eye on him at the start because he's given quite a bit of trouble at the starting gate in the past. Followed down by Magnolia Beach, Andre De Vries in the white with the red disc. The white and purple of Flag War and Jean-Pierre Guillaumbert. One who's fly leaping on the way down is Right to Dream with Thomas Lukasek, followed by the yellow with the black epaulettes of the 7 times winner Crafted and Salim Golem. Orange with the green stripe is Al Rayyan with Jean-Baptiste Demel, followed by the grey Skate and Christian Demuro. The last couple to come out onto the course will be Robinielli and Alta Sheed, and they are subject to overweight in this race. The overweights are on number 15, Robinielli, plus 3 kilos. On the 16, Alta Sheed, plus 2 kilos. No further changes. There's a look at the track, and they start this time about 400 metres down the course before they come up past us and then have a complete circuit of the turf course ahead of them for the His Highness the Emir's Shalfa, sponsored by Horizon Automobiles.
And there is a Best Turned Out award once again for race 5, the Emir's Shalfa. And the Best Turned Out award has been sponsored by Luck Greyer Bloodstock Shipping, the official shipping agents to the Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club. And James Luck from the sponsors presenting the cheque for £500 sterling, £500 sterling to Musti Kalam, the groom responsible for number 15, Robinielli. Musti, well done.
So the horses now making their way back towards the starting gate, which has now been placed out on the track. There with the red cap is Harry Bentley on Opera Baron, bidding for a 9th career success this afternoon, and the winner of the trial for this race. 3 times winner over in the UK when trained by Sylvester Kirk, won the Group 2 Albidar Mile at this meeting 12 months ago, and won the Thoroughbred Guineas and the Qatar Derby Trial as well during his career. But he is a horse that has caused just a few problems at the start. He can get quite fractious in the starting gate, so we'll keep an eye on him. And he's drawn out wide today. Stall number 14 is the stall he's got to overcome, which is just 2 from the outside. About to load the gate. That's Pier Antonio Convertino on Black Beach, number 4. 3 times winner. Best forms come at 1,400 metres, so he's running here over 2,000, so big question mark for him would be stamina. Also not a great draw. He's drawn next to Opera Baron in gate 13. Slotting in now is number 16, Alter Sheed, with Richard Mullen, as the best turned out Robin Nielli just backs away from the stalls. About to move forward once again with Olivier Pellier in the saddle, 3 times winner. Those wins coming in Scotland when trained by Keith Dalgleish, won at 3 Scottish tracks, Musselburgh, Hamilton and Ayr. Has won up to this distance when a handicap at Ayr. Now Opera Baron is about to move forward. Keep an eye on Opera Baron going into stall number 14. And he's gone in very quietly. He's going to be held in the gate by a member of the stalls team, but he's gone in and hasn't turned a hair at the moment, which is good news. Down now to the last 3 to load. Naif Dancer goes forward, followed in by Al Rayyan, and Court of Versailles will be one of the last. They're in the gate. And one has come out, and it is Court of Versailles, they didn't get the back gate closed, so he's going to come forward again with Gerard Avranches on this 5 times winner. Goes in. Set this time. And they're off. In His Highness the Emir's Shalfa, sponsored by Horizon Automobiles, 2,000 metres ahead of them. Al Rayyan is dropped in the early going, and Opera Baron not picking up the bit, driven early, furiously by Harry Bentley. And the early leader is Jumeirah Tower in the hands of Eddie Pedrosa. And Jumeirah Tower has gone on, now about to be joined around the outside by Almo Halhal, who's now racing in 2nd, and Court of Versailles is in 3rd. Flag War is racing just in 4th position, followed then towards the inside in 5th place as they go towards the back. That is in fact Jumeirah Tower, and it's now Crafted who has gone on. So Crafted and Salim Golem now take the lead over Almo Halhal racing in 2nd. Court of Versailles is in 3rd. Flag War is in 4th. On the inside, Jumeirah Tower is now in 5th position. In 6th towards the outside, Opera Baron, who has now consented to pick up the bit. Then towards the inside is Alter Sheed, who's racing alongside Vedavani. After Vedavani on the the inside, just been taking a keen hold, is Robinielli, and still towards the rear of the field, the likes of out the back, Copley's Walk. Another one who's certainly got more in front than behind is Naef Dancer as they go through the halfway point. Crafted, Salim Golem out in front to Almo Hal and Darren Williams racing in second. Court of Versailles, Gerald Avranche just in third, with Jumeirah Tower creeping through on the inside. Opera Barons racing in fifth position as they go around the turn. In sixth is Alter Sheed. In seventh, and now just been niggled along, is Black Beach. And then on the inside, Flag War as they make the run now on towards the final 400 metres. Crafted has got the lead. Almo Hal now in second. Jumeirah Tower is ridden in third as they make the turn into the home straight. Angling out now, trying to get a run down the outside is Robin Nielli as they come down now towards the final 200. It's Almo Hal who now goes for home. In second place is Court of Versailles, and now staying on is Alter Sheed, and it's Alter Sheed and Richard Mullen who go to the lead with 50 metres to go. Alter Sheed wins. It's very close for second. Flag War, Court of Versailles and Almo Hal, and also there on the inside Jumeirah Tower in a four-way go for second, but no doubt about the winner, Richard Mullen and Alter Sheed. First, number 16, Alter Sheed. Photo for the other placings. Alter Sheed, splitting rivals in the closing stages, and despite a couple of kilos of overweight, has come home in front from a bunch finish for second place. Alter Sheed winning by a couple of lengths. Looks as though Court of Versailles might have just got second on the outside, but that is very, very tight, and they've called for a photo. The run time, 2 minutes 02.28, 2 minutes 02 and 1/5 of a second. Result of the photograph for second place shows second, number 1, Court of Versailles. Third, number 9, Flag War. The fourth horse was 6, Almo Hal. 16.196, still unofficial.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. A warm round of applause for the winner of His Highness the Emir Shalfa 2017. Your winner, number 16, Alter Sheed. And it's another win for the all-conquering Jassim Ghazali stable. This one from the Mohammed Jassim Ghazali arm of the operation. And our winning jockey, formerly UK-based, Richard Mullen. And this horse very much on the up, a 4-year-old who was purchased in the UK at the Tattersalls July sale for $110,000, and once again scooping the lion's share of the $250,000 US prize. And we'll grab a quick word with our winning jockey, Richard Mullen. Congratulations, what a performance. Did it well in the end. Were you expecting that?
When I was looking at the form, I thought he had a little bit defined, but Jasmine was very keen going out there. He said, "You're actually on the pick of my horses," so I was very kind. I owe him a favour there. You know, he's put me on a nice one, and listen, he's been a great supporter of mine. I mean, I tend to come out here for Julian Smart and Al Shahania, but Jasmine is always very helpful and give me some rides. And it's nice to get a winner on the big day.
And you get the impression that there could be even more to come from this horse out here. It really seems to be thriving.
Yeah, I just said to Jasmine, I think with the summer under his belt over here, just, you know, they tend to just acclimatise a little better, and he's still physically quite a big horse, and I think he needs just to go into that frame. And like I say, once he's been here for a summer and settled into the routine and things, I think he'll be a fun horse, you know, sort of in those staying races next year.
And Richard, you're riding Fundamental in the Emir's Trophy a little bit later on. How do you rate his chances?
Yeah, I mean, obviously on form book, he's got a bit to find, but we've got a very good draw, and he stays very well. His best run was actually his first run when we ran him over a mile and a half, and if he can reproduce that, he's not too far behind the better horses from obviously local horses. I mean, obviously you've got to be slightly concerned, you know, like Sir Michael Stout's horse, Arab String. You know, he brings a lot of good European form to the table, so it's a competitive race, but we've got a good stall, and hopefully we get a good run round, and he should, if he runs his race, like I say, he'll be there thereabouts.
Well done here and good luck.
Thanks, Gina.
Result now of race number 5 is official. The winner was number 16, Alter Sheed. Second, number 1, Court of Versailles. Third, number 9, Flag War. Fourth was number 6, Al Mohalhal. And the fifth horse was number 5, Jumeirah Tower. 16, 1, 9 and 6, the run time 2 minutes 02.28 seconds. Race 5 is official. The official winning margins for race 5, 1 1/4 lengths and ahead, 1 1/4 and ahead.
دروخ اند ريسنج. أيها المتابعون الكرام، انطلق الشوط الشلفة لمسافة 2000 متر بمشاركة 16 من الجياد المهجنة الأصيلة. كل التوفيق لجميع المشاركين. كما أشاهد انطلاقة اليالو جوكي على المركز الأول، انطلاق موفق لجميرة تاور سلالة دباوي. ينطلق إدواردو بيدروسا في المركز الثاني، نلحق به ثاني المهلهل سلالة أكليميشن دارن ويليامز. ينطلق اليالو الأورنج أند جرين جوكي في المركز الثاني، بينما المركز الثالث كورت اوف فيرساي هورس نمبر 1. في المركز الثالث ياتينا بقياده الفرنش جوكي جيرالدا فرانش. ان المركز الثالث الرابع يتواجد فيه بلاك بيتش. بلاك بيتش بيير كومبارتينو في المركز الرابع. يتراجع في المركز الخامس الجواد رقم 5 جميرة تاور. جميرة تاور على المركز الخامس، بينما سادسا هنالك البلو اند وايت. ينطلق فعلا في هذه المنافسه ايها السيدات والسادات ترشيد هورس نمبر 16. اذا نعود الى الصداره والمركز الاول، انطلاق موفق كما اشاهد الجواد كرافتد. كرافتد في المركز الاول في صداره هذا الشوط. اليالو جوكي الجرين اند اورنج في المركز الثاني. المبارك بن جفال المهلهل بقياده العملاق سيف الدين في المركز الثاني، بينما الثالث اورنج جوكي كورت اوف فيرساي بتدريب راشد المالكي. جيرالدا فرانش على المركز الثالث. هذه الشلفة الذهبية أيها المتابعون الكرام. هنا في المنعطف الأخير للسباق أيها المتابعون الكرام، الجواد رقم 11 كرافتد سليم غلام من فرنت، الأورنجان جرين جوكي في المركز الثاني يعد الصدارة للسيد مبارك بن جفال المهلهل دارن ويليامز مع العملاق سيف الدين. ولكن شوف البلو جوكي قادم أيها السيدات والسادة، انطلاق موفق للترشيد. هورس نمبر 16 he won the شلفة فعلا.
We come now to the trophy presentation for the Emir Shalfa. What a wonderful trophy for this race. You can see now on the presentation podium, prize for the winning owner there. That is the Emir Shalfa. Really beautiful piece of hardware. And I'd like to welcome up onto the presentation podium the presenter for this race. Representing Horizon Automobiles, our sponsors, the exclusive agent of Aston Martin in Qatar, Mr. Salman Abdul Ghani Al Abdul Ghani, who is the chairman of Horizon Automobiles. Mr. Al Abdul Ghani, we thank you and your organization for your continued support of His Highness the Emir's Sword Festival, and particularly for your contribution to this prestigious race, the Emir's Shalfa. And I'd like to welcome up to the presentation podium with your warm congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, a man who has been setting the world alight in Dubai again this winter, and it's a great pleasure to have him here in Qatar, the winning rider on Al Tashid. It is Richard Mullen. And keeping it in the family, yet another winner for the Ghazali stable, this time from the Mohammed Jassim Ghazali branch. Mohammed, many congratulations. It's 4-year-old bay gelding by Lilborn lad out of Lilakaya. Run in the colours that you will be well familiar with by now, the colours of the winning owner, Mr. Shail bin Khalifa Al-Kuwairi. Congratulations to you, Mr. Al-Kuwairi. And the magnificent Shalfa being handed over now and held aloft by the delighted winning owner. And I'd like to welcome you all up now to the presentation podium as Mr. Al Abdul Ghani will present the specially framed memento of today's momentous victory on the part of Al Tashid, a 4-year-old going places here in Qatar and winning a first prize of $142,500 US.
عودة مجددا أعزائي الجمهور والحضور الكريم، والسيمي فاينل من بطولة السابق ضمن فعاليات سباق سيف سمو الأمير. نبدأ والفريق الأول منجم وأمل، منجم ومحمد عبد الله سعيد جمعة وأمل وراشد علي محمد المري. انطلاقة جميلة وموفقة لمنجم من الجهة الداخلية والفارس محمد عبد الله سعيد جمعة. محاولات لأمل راشد علي محمد المري من الجهة الخارجية وأمل، ولكن منجم بفارق الطول. محاولات قوية للسيمي فاينل، من يتأهل؟ منجم بشكل جميل وقوي إلى المرحلة القادمة. بانتظار انطلاقة الفريق الثاني، بيان والعريق. بيان والفارس محمد عبد الله طايس الجميلي، والعريق وعبد الله مبارك عبد الله المعاضيد. السيمي فاينل، من يتأهل ويلاقي الجواد منجم على النهائي وعلى بطولة سباق سيف سمو الأمير. والجهات جاهزة، العريق وبيان. انطلاقه جميله وقويه لبيان من الجهه الداخليه والفارس محمد عبد الله طايس الجميلي، والعريق يخطف الصداره. العريق من الجهه الخارجيه والفارس عبد الله مبارك عبد الله المعاضيد بشكل جميل، وبيان بفارق نصف الطول. والعريق في وضع اليد، العريق من الجهه الخارجيه في وضع اليد، وانتصار جميل وقوي إلى المرحلة القادمة. العريق يواجه الجواد منجم على المركز الأول والثاني، وبيان وأمال على الترتيب الثالث والرابع.
So we move on now to our final 3 races. And ladies and gentlemen, not too long now until the $1 million His Highness the Emir's trophy for thoroughbreds, and then His Highness the Emir's sword for Arabians. This race also for Arabians is the prelude to those. It's His Highness the Emir's silver sword, and the runners are now in the paddock. It's a good race in its own right, as befits a contest that's worth $250,000 US, with $142,500 to the winner. So, if you cast your eyes to the big screen, we'll take a look first of all at number 1, Gerald Lavranche's mount Ganas, owned by Algerian Stud and trained by Hamad Al-Ramzani. Hasn't really been at his best in 2 runs this season here in Doha, and was a perfectly capable horse last year, but on what we've seen so far, isn't going to capitalize on his early promise anytime soon.
Horse number 2, Al Rad, is one of the least exposed runners of the field, having had just 1 start prior to this in a maiden, and is entitled to step up for that performance, but certainly will need to for trainer Mohammed Al-Shihab and Al-Mutasim Ali Belushi.
Could it be another big payday here for crack jockey Adri de Vries? Takes the ride on a Tige for Jassim Ghazali. Horse with an obvious chance here. It's his first time in this deep, but he's a lightly raced horse. He looks full of potential, and he sports the sheepskin cheek pieces and noseband there, number 3.
Horse number 4 is Brahma de Pompadour. Olivier Pellier in the saddle, looking for a double on this afternoon's card. Mohammed Jassim Ghazali, the trainer, and a horse who's had a couple of starts here in Doha and hasn't really shown the best of his form, but could certainly step forward on some of his French form.
And in the same colours, Lagam, who's only run the once. That was a maiden on dirt. He ran perfectly well, but it's a big ask to expect him to come and win and go 3 places better in a race of this prestige.
And we can just see following in behind Lagam is horse number 6, MJ Latam. Mr. Al-Ramzani and Alberto Sana has had a couple of starts. I guess took a step forward on his first run last time out over this 1600 meter trip. So he steps up in trip now on his 3rd lifetime start to try and eke out a little bit more improvement.
Number 7 is Melk. Looks well, this chestnut by Mungiz for Jassim Ghazali. Harry Bentley has chosen to ride this horse, and there are several he could have ridden here. And this intermediate distance of 1,850 meters might just suit. Has only had the 6 starts, took 4 goes to break his maiden, but upped in class the last twice, not disgraced himself, and he should be amongst the key players.
JP Guillenberg just getting the leg up on Sabor, number 8 from Mubarak Al-Kayarin. And again, one that just needs to improve on the form he's shown in Doha so far.
Once again, Darren Williams gets the sit on number 9, Tari Baha, regular rider of this colt for Mohammed Hussein. And dropping back to 1850 is going to suit this horse today. And he remains lightly raced and open to a bit of improvement. Still, it's a tough ask. Number 10 there is Uday Al-Wajba for Mubarak Al-Kairin, also running his colours. Kelly Harrison taking the ride. And this horse has been running on dirt, and perhaps a switch to turf will bring about improvement. He'll be running perfectly respectably. And just the final runners filing out. 11 is Malhoufa for Mohammed Jassim Ghazali and Richard Mullen, the combination who took our previous race. And the last one out in the yellow and red stripes will be Mohammed Al-Ramzani's representative, Jumana, with Marco Monteriso aboard. Just the 1 start, and that was last week, and she didn't show an awful lot on that occasion. So this is a tall order. But why wouldn't you want to have a go when $250,000 US are on the table? It's His Highness the Emir's sword, and it's sponsored by Al Hazm. And on behalf of the Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club, we'd like to extend our thanks to Al Hazm for their continued support of His Highness the Emir's Sword Festival. And the runners are now heading out onto the track. And Mark is awaiting us up in the commentary box.
Thank you, Nick. Just a couple of overweights here to give you for this sixth race. His Highness the Emir's Silver Sword, sponsored by Al Hazam. We have an overweight on the 4, Brahma de Pompadour, plus ½ kilo. And on the 12, Germana KB, plus 1½ kilos. No further changes. A field of 12, now all out on the track. A short journey to the starting point and a very short run to the first turn, as we'll see with the map in a few moments' time for this 1,850-metre race. And the runners just turning to make the way back now to the starting point, and the starting stalls about to be drawn out onto the track. So we'll take a look at the map of the course, and you'll see this is a very short run indeed to the first turn. They will race only, well, less than 300 metres before they encounter the first of their 2 turns. So the draw and indeed good early position, always important in races here over this distance of ground. Just over a complete circuit for this $250,000 US purse. So the runners now are at the start. That's number 6, MJ Latam, who's ridden by Alberta Sanna. Still a maiden, having a 3rd career start, stepping up in trip today. Looks to have a tough task today, MJ Latam. Once again, a significant prize for the best turned out horse, and we're going to find out from Gina now as they begin to load who has got the BTO.
And Mark, you managed to pick out the best turned out. MJ Latam has been awarded that prize, and a very generous $1,500 US again. And our thanks to sponsor Nicolas Gourmeret, the country manager for France, who will make the presentation to our winner MJ Latam for the Al Ramzani stable. And that prize goes to Al Lowaden. So congratulations to the team. And once again, our thanks to the sponsors, Conleaves Red Mills, for that generous best turned out prize.
Thanks, Gina. About half the field now loaded. There's Milk going forward with Harry Bentley riding for Jazim Ghazali. This is the 4th running of His Highness the Emir's Silver Sword. And there's only 1 trainer and 1 jockey with their name so far on the trophy. 3 runnings of the race. They've all gone to Harry Bentley. They've all gone to Jazim Ghazali. Last year, they won the race with Spaghetti. Keep an eye here on the red cap of Al Malhoufa. And she got very restless indeed in the starting stalls here in December, just ahead of winning the Pure Arabian Oaks. Indeed, they had to take her out of the starting stalls and then put her in, and she's gone over again. Soon as they put the back gates behind her, well, this is exactly what she did here in December, and exactly the same. She's got her front legs over the side of the starting stalls. This is a carbon copy of what happened. She was ridden by Harry Bentley on that occasion. Today it's Richard Mullen, but exactly the same has happened. I'm afraid to say she has got herself right over the side of the gate. The gate crew have done a tremendous job. They've got her straightened up once again. She's on all 4, which is good news. And also the good news is that Richard Mullen got out the back of the stalls very quickly. But Al Mulhoufa is doing exactly the same as she did here just a couple of months ago, and that's triggered off one or two of the others as well. Stall number 1, Uday Al-Wajba, has also got very restless. She was edgy in the prelims, and Kelly Harrison has had to get off her. Now Richard Mullen is getting back aboard Al-Malhoufa, being held by one of the gate crew. Brahma de Pompadour coming forward now. Rearing in stall number 2 is Samborn. Settles. They're in the gate. And they're off. Slow to begin was Al-Arad as they run in His Highness the Emir's silver sword, and to the inside Uday Al-Wajbari's flashing speed. Samborn was also away alertly, and so too the best turned out MJ Latam as they go towards the turn with Lagam at the back of the field. They go through the first 300 metres, and it is Uday Al-Wajba. Didn't handle the turn too well, taken on by Samborn on its outside. Now there's a break of 3 lengths opening up to MJ Latam, and on that one's outside is Brahma de Pompadour. Then the yellow and red stripes of Jamana KB, who is racing in 5th position. AJS Ganas is in 6th. Around the outside, Al Malhoufa is in 7th, with Tari Bahar in 8th. The slow starting Al Arad is towards the rear of the field. So too is Melk, who's a long way back in the hands of Harry Bentley. And another one who's towards the rear of the field is Lagam. So they race now towards the end of the back stretch. They've got less than 1,000 metres to go in the 4th running of the Emir's Silver Sword. And it is Samborn towards the outside of Uday Al-Wajba, who now comes under a ride. Travelling really well into the races of Olivier Pellier on Brahma de Pompadour, and he's checking off rivals one by one. Meanwhile, at the back end of the field, Al-Rad is tailing off. So they begin to make the turn. The one who's making a big move around the outside, the grey, AJS Ganas. But it is Samborn who has played the hare to the outside. AJS Ganas now turns in 2nd. He waits on Brahma de Pompadour towards the inside, and Melk is also now making his presence felt. He's there in 4th, and he's also taking aim towards the outside. Atige is coming on in the cheek pieces. They race down towards the final 200. AJS Ganas still has the lead over Atige down the outside. Melk between rivals. They've got another 50 metres to go. AJS Ganas is digging to Gerald Avranches, and the Emir's Silver Sword will go to AJS Ganas. Melk was up for 2nd, and then on the outside came Atige, and on the inside was Brahma de Pompadour, who didn't pick up in the lane. First, number 1, AJS Ganas. 2nd, number 7, Melk. 3rd, number 3, Atige. The 4th horse was number 4, Brahma de Pompadour. Unofficially 1734 in a run time 2 minutes 04.37 seconds. 1 minute 04 and 1/5.
So coming back into the winner's circle now. AJS Ganas, the winner of His Highness the Emir's Silver Sword, sponsored by Al Hazm. Right back to form, this colt, having disappointed the last twice, but he showed lots of promise a year, 18 months or so ago. And this 4-year-old, so in his 2nd season Arabian racing, has now won a really important prize, and he's broken the Jassim Ghazali, Harry Bentley stranglehold on this race, as Mark was telling you beforehand. It's been a good couple of days for Gerald Avranches. Another winner for him here at this Emir Sword Festival. And this horse, having been sternly challenged inside the last couple of furlongs, really stuck to his task well and was drawing away quite impressively close to the finish. I'm going to have a word with the winning rider, Gerald Avranches. Gerald, well done again. It's turning into a good weekend for you.
Yeah, not bad, thank you.
And this horse has been very disappointing the last couple of times. What made the difference today?
Exactly, to be honest, cannot explain what's happened last time. Was very disappointed with him. And we was waiting for today to see how he was today, and he was much better today.
And you were always traveling quite smoothly. Were you happy at every stage of the race?
Yeah, you know, the race today was a little bit strange. There is a little bit fast pace at the beginning. The horses was lead on the second one, not that much good, so I don't want to rush with them, just to save my horses the maximum as can.
Well, you won the Silver Sword. Well done, Gerald. Fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
Now the result of race number 6, His Highness the Emir's Silver Sword, sponsored by Al Hazm. The winner, number 1, AGS Ganas. Second, number 7, Melk. Third, number 3, Atige. Fourth, number 4, Brahma de Pompadour. The fifth horse was 9, Tari Bahar. 1, 7, 3 and 4 in a run time of 2 minutes, 04.37 seconds. Race 6 is now official. Official distances for race number 6, 1.5 lengths and a neck. 1.5 lengths and a neck.
عودة مجددا أعزائي الجمهور والحضور الكريم، والتصفيات النهائية على المركز الثالث والرابع. بيان وآمال. بيان والفارس محمد عبد الله طايس الجميلي، وآمال وراشد علي محمد المري. بطولة السابق ضمن فعاليات سيف سمو أمير البلاد المفدى. منافسات على الترتيب الثالث والرابع، يليها منافسات المركز الأول والثاني. انطلاقة جميلة وقوية لبيان من الجهة الداخلية، والفارس محمد عبد الله طايز الجميلي تخطف الصدارة، وآمال راشد علي محمد المري من الجهة الخارجية. بيان وآمال، بيان من الجهة الداخلية وآمال بأمال كبيرة، وبيان من الجهة الداخلية بيان بفارق طول. آمال إلى المركز الثالث وبيان إلى الترتيب الثالث الرابع عفوا. أمال يحقق الترتيب الثالث. هنا التشجيع من قبل الجمهور ومحبي بطولة السابق. والآن أعزائي الجمهور والحضور الكريم، منجم والعريق ونهائي هذا البطولة على المركز الأول والثاني. العريق من الجهة الداخلية وعبد الله مبارك عبد الله المعاضي، والجواد منجم ومحمد عبد الله السعد. صدارة جميلة وقوية لعريق من الجهة الداخلية، ومحاولات لمنجم من في الجهة الخارجية. منجم والعريق، العريق بفارق الطول، وعبد الله مبارك عبد الله المعاضي. محاولات لمنجم من الجهة الخلفية، ومحاولة للحاق، والعريق إلى المركز الأول.
for the Emir sword. إذن أيها المتابعون الكرام، انطلق السيف الفضي لسيدي أمير البلاد المفدى حفظه الله ورعاه للخيل العربية الأصيلة برعاية الحزم. انطلاق موفق لهذه الجيادة التي تنطلق أيها المتابعون الكرام بصدارة الجواد رقم 8 في المركز الأول، سامبورن على المركز الأول، سلالة منجز جي بي جامبر في المركز الأول. نعود إلى المركز الثاني، ذا ريد جوكي عدي الوجبة بانطلاقة كيلي هاريسون على المركز الثاني، خطوة بخطوة في المركز الثالث. نتراجع لنشاهد ام جي لطام، انطلاقة مهند الياقوت مع سنا البيرتو في المركز الرابع، يتراجع والتقدم من قبل جواد رقم 4. هنا الجواد براما دو بومبادور على المركز الرابع أو الثالث عفوا، تدخل الجريان على المركز الخامس أو السادس مع الجواد اللي هو ايجيس قناص. ينطلق المارون الوايت اند مارون ستارز على المركز السادس. أيها المتابعون الكرام، نعود إلى الصدارة. في الصدارة المركز الأول سامبورن، على المركز الأول سلالة منجز جي بي جامبر، على المركز الأول البلو جوكي في المركز الثاني. يتدخل في هذه الآونة براما دوبامبادور بامبادور على المركز الثاني قيادة الفرنش جوكي أوليفيه بيليه from outside الوايت اند مارون ستارز AGS قناص جيرالدا فرانش and the second. نعود إلى الصدارة بالمركز الأول براما دو بامبادور على المركز الأول أوليفيه بيليه عفوا مش أوليفيه هنالك اللي هي جيبي جامبر على المركز الأول. شوف البلو جوكي من النير سايد مع عتيج ينطلق الآن ولكن ذا جراي هورس ان فرونت الجريان انطلاقة موفقة يجيش قناص سلالة ايف في البحر بينما عتيج على المركز الثالث ولكن الرمزاني ان فرونت وذا الجريان سيف الأمير الفضي للجريان فعلا أيها المتابعون.
Well, in the garden, we come now to the presentation for the winner of our Longines Prize of Elegance 2017. This is a competition that's been running for a number of years now at this prestigious Emir Sword Festival. And once again, the stakes were extremely high in the fashion arena. Competition was hot, plenty of beautiful millinery on display, and we're delighted to have our judges, Karen Nicolette, who is one of the leading award-winning bloggers for qrec Qatar, Aisha Al-Newman, who's also on the stage, and Joyce Newman, who is one of the judges and a regular here in Qatar. We're delighted to have Mr. Juan Carlos Capelli, the Vice Chairman and Head of International Marketing for Longines, who is presenting the prize, a beautiful Longines watch, to our winner. And our congratulations go to the Longines Elegance winner 2017, Sirine Sharif. Jay. Our congratulations once again go to our Longines winner, Sirine Sharif, who has won this elegance contest. We must also extend our congratulations to the runners-up, who you can see on the stage now. Lucy Snell on the left-hand side from the UK, looking beautiful in an elegant floral dress, and a beautiful monochrome look on the other side. The runner-up in this competition, Hanada Haddad. Our congratulations and thanks to all of the contestants, all of those who have made such a wonderful effort today. And I think you'll agree, it's really brought this meeting to life with some beautiful outfits. But our thanks once again to the sponsors of this elegance competition, Longines. And of course, we'll be moving on shortly to the Longines-sponsored Emir's Trophy.
Yeah, she's not far.
That was special.
Your Highness, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It gives us great pleasure now to present the two feature races at the conclusion of His Highness the Emir's Sword Festival here at Al Rayyan in 2017. And the first of those two feature races is the Emir's Trophy. It's worth $1 million with a first prize of over $500,000. It has drawn participation from 6 different nations and brings together a truly representative international field. We've got great pleasure to present the runners and riders to you now here on the turf. And we start with number 1, who is Arab Spring, trained by Sir Michael Stout in the United Kingdom in the colours of Ballymacole Stud. We welcome them to Doha. Frankie Dettori will take them out. Number 2 is Chopin, formerly trained in Germany, now trained in Bahrain by Abdullah Kuwaiti, has made a real impact. Number 3 is Duke of Dundee, locally trained by Alban de Meules. Khan Farms colours are sported by Christian de Muro. Number 4 is Fort Mobile. Ahmed Kobesi is the trainer. Number 5 in the Julian Smart Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Thani colours is Fundamental, an ex-American import from the Chad Brown stable. Number 6 is Gabriel, the most experienced horse in the race. He's having his 60th start today. He comes from Great Britain, from the Yorkshire-based yard of Richard Fahey. He'll be ridden by Paul Hannigan. Number 7 is Migwa for Alban de Meules and Khan Farms. And number 8, Gina, is Ningara for Mohammed Jassim Ghazali and Injar Stud.
Indeed, one of the local trained runners who will be ridden by Pier Antonio Convertino. Horse number 9 hails from France, from the Nicolas Clement yard, Now We Can, who'll be ridden by Stéphane Pasquier. Horse number 10 is Pomfey, trained locally here by Debbie Mountain, and it's Alan Munro who will be the man in the saddle. We move on to horse number 11 and a hugely exciting runner, a first US runner here in Qatar. This is Royal Albert Hall for dual Kentucky winning Derby winning trainer Doug O'Neill. Alan Garcia comes over for the mount, and we're delighted to welcome our US connections here to Doha. Number 12, this horse needs no introduction. Last year's winner, the Blue Eye for Jassim Ghazali and Harry Bentley, Qatar's leading jockey and trainer. Number 13 is vitally important for Majed Seferdine and Darren Williams. Number 14 is Dubawi Flame for Hadi Al Ramzani and Gerald Avranches. And we're also delighted to welcome a horse from Germany, successful here in the December meeting, Nur Al Hawa for Andreas Fuller of Germany, will be ridden by Adri de Vries, a former champion jockey here in Qatar. Making up the field of 16, another winner here at the December meeting, the filly for Ibrahim Al-Malki and Eduardo Pedrosa. The final runner of our 16 song, it's Emir's Trophy Field, is number 16, Mango Tango.
So they are racing for $1 million, these 16 horses, and they are in the paddock now, in front of you, and the jockeys are ready to mount. This race bringing together last year's emphatic winner, the Blue Eye, taking on the winner of the Qatar Derby, Nur Al Hawa, the winner of the Qatar Oaks, Mango Tango, and a selection of horses from around the globe. Royal Albert Hall from the United States, Arab Spring and Gabriel from the United Kingdom, and a strong local contingent making up the field of 16. Gina, it looks set to be a cracking running, certainly the best ever running in terms of quality of His Highness the Emir's Trophy, for $1 million.
Very much so, and Nick, that very much bears testament to the excellent job they've done here at the Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club at attracting that international interest, a first US runner, and this festival really stamping itself of great importance and stature on the global stage.
So the bell has gone, the jockeys have been asked to mount. We will be a few moments past post time, and the connections now in the paddock and jockeys up. You can see Frankie Dettori on number 1, Arab Spring, one of the world's best known riders, on a 7-year-old for Sir Michael Stout, a trainer of international repute who's enjoyed success on every racing continent and every jurisdiction. This, however, his first runner here in Qatar. He's been a great flag bearer for the stable through his 5 seasons of racing.
There's no presentation in the last one.
No, that goes at the end. So
Flight at 9 p.m.
So the runners are now out on the course for the 2017 running of His Highness the Emir's Trophy, Group 1, presented by Longines. And the runners making their way down towards the start. The grey Pomfay, second in the 2015 running of this race, is followed by Royal Albert Hall, representing dual Kentucky Derby winning trainer Doug O'Neill, Alan Garcia in the turquoise. Then the reigning champion, the 12 times winner, the Blue Eye, and Harry Bentley. The orange silks of Vitally Important and Darren Williams, followed by the white with maroon stars of Dubawi Flame and Gerald Avranches. Very keen on the way down to the start, the winner of the Qatar Derby here in December, Nur Al Hawa, trained in Germany by Andres Voller and ridden by Adri de Vries. And the one who's already across at the starting point, she was taken to the start a long way ahead of the others, and indeed will be shortly united with her rider, who's walking down to the start, Eddie Pedrosa, the filly Mango Tango, who won, of course, the Qatar Oaks here at the end of last year. the course for the 1.5 or 2,400 metre. His Highness the Emir's Trophy sees them start on the 1.5 chute, which is towards the far right-hand side of the race course. They race onto the main course at the end of the first 100 metres or so, and then it's still quite a long sweeping turn into the home straight. They come up past us, which they will do at the end of the first 600 metres or so, and then have a full complete circuit of the course ahead of them for the $1 million US, His Highness the Emir's Trophy Group 1, and the runners now beginning to arrive down at the starting point.
Well, we're delighted to make the presentation to our best turned out horse for this, the first of our $1 million races, the Emir's Trophy. And we're delighted to have a best turned out prize of $1,500 US. Our thanks to Adrian Beaumont from the International Racing Bureau, who makes the presentation to our best turned out, number 1, Arab Spring. And our congratulations to Ewelina Galeka, who looks after the winner of this prize.
Thanks, Gina. We do have one overweight, which we should announce just before we run this race. The 7-horse Migwa, a half a kilo over, half over for number 7, Migwa. The runners now have arrived down at the starting point. Duke of Dundee just about to go through the shot, ridden by Christian De Muro in the first colours of Amcan. Mango Tango, who was led down to the starting point. Former British champion jockey Paul Hannigan in the colours of Dr. Marwan Kukash on Gabriel, and then the white and maroon of Noor Al Hawa, the winner of the Qatar Derby at the end of last year with Adre de Vries. Now all the runners are at the starting point. They're at the post.
So the horses start to be in the starting gate. Horse number 5, Fundamental, by Arch, Richard Mullen on board. They load the horses in the starting gate. The maroon jockey, Maghwar, our horse number 3, Duke of Dundee, for Alban and Christian Tomorrow. All the best for all the jockeys. The yellow jockey, Bonfrey, horse number 10, Alain Monroe, for Hassan Abdel Malik to follow. The Emir Cup 2017. All of them loading in the starting gate for the big race and this evening. The blue and white jockey for Shail Al-Kawari, اللي هو the blue eye, the best thoroughbred in Qatar, and the grey jockey, horse number 6, Jibrail, dark angle, Paul Hannigan on board, and Noor Al-Hawa, the maroon and white, and the maroon Q, the winner of the Derby, horse number 15 by McPhee for Al Wasmiya stud, Adri De Vries on board. And the grey jockey again, Paul Hannigan, loading the starting gate for the Group 1. Longines. Horse number 12, the Blue Eye by Dubawi. Harry Bentley on board. Noor Al Hawa, the Chestnut. The Chestnut Colt, the Derby winner. And horse number 2, Shoben. Arab Spring in the starting gate already. Horse number 1, ridden by Frankie Dettori. 112, the rating. All the best for all the jockeys. Waiting for the start. And the Emir Cup ready to run. And they're off and racing. أيها المتابعون الكرام، أيها السيدات والسادة، انطلق كأس الأمير المفدى لموسم 2017 على الأراضي العشبية هنا بالريان بارك. انطلاق موفق للجميع. نشاهد البلو جوكي في المركز الأول وذا جراي هورس فانتمنتل لسمو الشيخ محمد بن خليفة الثاني مع ريتشارد مولن فرانت. ذا وايت اند بلاك جوكي من الفار سايد. انطلاقة أحمد وبيسي مع الجواد رقم 4 فورت موفل. انطلق مع فالح البغنيم الخيال القطري يسير إلى المركز الثالث. نعود ونتراجع إلى المركز الثالث. عرب سبرينج مع فرانكي ديتوري القادم من الخارج رقم 1 على المركز الثالث. يتقدم إلى المركز الثاني، بينما هنالك مانجو تانجو على المركز الرابع. بينما المركز الخامس تواجد في المركز الخامس بوم في سلالة قوية وضاربة إلى مونرو. انطلاق قوي فعلا. تدريب دبي ماونتن ذا جراي هورس with the yellow jockey from the far side. شوف التقدم من قبل جواد شوبن على المركز السادس. يتدخل مع البرتو سنة هورس نمبر 2 ذا بلو اند وايت جوكي. ينطلق إلى الصدارة هذا الشوط، بينما يتراجع في المركز الثاني هورس نمبر 4 فورت موفل. انطلاقة موفقة لفالح البغنيم. بينما ذا بلو آي المرشح القطري في معمعة الجياد متأخر جدا بفارق بعيد عن باقي الجياد المشاركة. نعود إلى الصدارة. ذا وايت اند بلو جوكي سانا البرتو مع شوبن. انطلاق فارق عن بطول أو 3 لينكس كلير ان فرونت الهورس نمبر 2. انطلاقة موفقة في كأس سيدي أمير البلاد المفدى. إن المركز الثاني ذا وايت اند بلاك فورت موفل ينطلق على المركز الثاني. التقدم على المركز الثالث الهورس نمبر 1 عرب سبرينج يتقدم إلى المركز الثالث، بينما تأخر لذا بلو آي القطري مع المرعب. أيها المتابعون الكرام، انطلاق موفق. شوف معي رقم 2 شوبن على المركز الأول في كأس الأمير المفدى. 300 متر ليفت تو جو. انطلاق موفق لشوبن. انطلاق موفق بفارق بعيد. 5 لينك كلير ان فرونت. شوبن أيها المتابعون الكرام إلى كأس الأمير المفدى. 100 متر left to go. فعلا هورس نمبر 2 he won the Emir Cup. فعلا في سباق قوي جدا للخيل المهجنة الأصيلة الثوربريد. هورس نمبر 2 he won the Emir Cup بسباق قوي جدا جدا جدا. شوبن ridden by San Alberto عبد الله كويتي وماهر ابراهيم لطف الله. كأس الأمير المفدى أيها المتابعون الكرام يغادر الحدود في سباق جميل ورائع حقيقة. الأشقاء يظفرون بكأس الأمير المفدى. هورس نمبر 2 انطلاق موفق الحقيقة وجميل ورائع جدا. شوف الفارق البعيد عن المشاركين، فارق بعيد جدا. So 4 lengths I believe clear the winner. An official result. An official result. We are waiting for the official result from the stewards and from the judges. So the winner and an official result, horse number 2, Chopin with San Alberto.
The strongest race ever run for thoroughbreds in Qatar has turned into a procession. And the horse that has won is Chopin. Chopin, a horse who ran in the English Derby as a 3-year-old, now trained in Bahrain by Abdullah Kuwaiti, owned by Maher Ibrahim Lutfallah. Scenes of jubilation here in the winner's enclosure. And congratulations to Bahrain, one of their most significant triumphs on the international stage. And Alberto Sanna sent this horse into a lead, and no horse ever looked like catching him. They were celebrating fully at the furlong pole, at the 200-meter pole. The Emir's Trophy Group 1, presented by Longines, has gone the way of Chopin for Bahrain. Congratulations to Alberto Sanna, to Abdullah Kuwaiti, to Maher Ibrahim Lutfallah, the breeders Gestut Graditz, a German-bred son of Santiago, and right back to form in Bahrain this season. Spellbinding performance from this horse, who at the age of 7 has found remarkable improvement for his new connections. He is a great credit to them and to Bahrain. Chopin is the winner of the $1 million Emir's Trophy. And that will be an image that will live long in the minds of all connected with Chopin. And Gina is now heading towards the winning connections. The rider Alberto Sanna punches the air with delight. He's just dismounted. I'll get a word with the winning rider here. Alberto receiving congratulations all round. Congratulations, quite an emotional Alberto Sanna. Wow, he was good today. Just how good, just how good.
He's a very good horse, and I love him. I rode him always in Bahrain, and he's very genuine. This week I went every day to ride him out, and the first 2 days he was a little bit scaring and sweating. Today he did. And my team was confident to win this race. Me, and for that I'm very surprised, but I love him and he deserved that.
European visitors will remember the horse in Germany, and he came to England to race in the Derby 4 years ago. He's really back on form now. He's a huge credit to the trainer.
He's incredible, and the trainer did a very, very nice job, because this horse is not easy to train, and now he's back in form. He's top one.
And you were always happy to make the running, allow him to just bowl along, use that big stride?
No, the order was to sit on the back, but I love him and I know him. I rode him every time, so I feel him, the pace was okay. He was a little bit keen. I said, okay, we'll let him go, and we did.
You rode him with huge confidence. Where does this rate in your career as a whole? Is this the high point of your career?
Sure. I won with another horse, the Guinness in Italy, but this is the top one. He have a machine. He knows where is the racing post, and he's lovely horse.
There you have it, a machine. Alberto, many congratulations. A wonderful performance.
Thank you so much.
Alberto Sanna, the winning rider on Chopin.
JB.
Gina.
And Abdullah Kuwaiti, the winning trainer, joins me now as well. You've just received your congratulations from Frankie Dettori. Has it sunk in yet? What a success.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
How impressed were you with that victory? Is it something you were expecting? He's been in good form, but did you think he would win that easily?
Not that easy, I think, but he won big cup in our group in our country. He came here, I have chance, but not easy like this one.
And what did the jockey say when he came off the race?
Jockey, don't believe.
Never believe.
Not believe you will.
Just tell us a little bit about how you came about this horse. He obviously had some very high-class form in Europe. Where did you find him?
I buy him from Newmarket, 9,000 pounds. Yeah, I take him our country. I see him with very good horse.
What a very shrewd purchase.
Group 1 my country. I'm here for her.
3 Group 1s in Bahrain, and now the $1 million Emir's Trophy. Congratulations, what a great buy.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Congratulations to Abdullah Kuwaiti. The winning owner is Maher Ibrahim Lutfala, who we spoke to at the draw. If you were with us and watching on Wednesday evening, many congratulations. You were confident then, and we've just seen why. Wow, that was good.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Just tell us a little bit about your involvement in racehorse ownership in Bahrain and how significant it is for Bahrain to come and win this $1 million race.
It's very happy. I think all Bahrain are happy about it.
Is this the best horse you've owned, Chopin?
This is the first horse in racing.
No way.
Yeah.
What a start. What an explosive start. And your jockey was just saying he loves the horse so much he was quite happy to ride him with loads of confidence.
Yes, we both love him. Even everybody loves this horse in Bahrain, you know, and the jockey understands the horse a lot. There's great communication between both of them. And he's my favorite jockey. I won't let anybody ride him.
I bet he is. Just tell us, your first ever horse, how did you get into the game?
You know, my trainer asked me to buy a horse because I always go to the racetrack. And I told him I had a bad luck. I had horses in the 80s, but I had a bad luck. So I went with them to buy a syndicate horse with them. And we bought one, and I saw Chopin, and I said, I'm buying this one.
Well, your luck has surely changed. Many, many congratulations. Enjoy the day.
Thanks a lot.
The winning owner of Chopin, devastating winner of His Highness the Emir's Trophy. A wonderful triumph for Bahrain. And the presentation for His Highness the Emir's Trophy will be made after our final and most important race, His Highness the Emir's Sword, which comes up very shortly indeed.
So now we have the full official result of His Highness the Emir's Trophy Grade 1 presented by Longines. First, number 2, Chopin. Second, number 15, Noor Al Hawa. Third, number 5, Fundamental. Fourth, number 13, Vitally Important. The fifth horse was number 7, Miguar. 2, 15, 5 and 13. The run time, 2 minutes, 26.87 seconds, 2:26.87 seconds, and the distances, 4 lengths and 3/4 of a length. 4 lengths and 3/4 of a length. Race 7 is now official. And they're off in the 2017 running of the Emir's Trophy Group 1. A little slow to go was Vitally Important. Arab Spring has been sent on here by Frankie de Torin. On the inside, the filly Mango Tango is also up there on the speed. And now it is Fundamental from Post 1, who has come to claim the rail and the lead in the hands of Richard Mullen as they go into the first of 3 turns. And it is Fundamental who's got the lead over last year's third, Fort Moville, who's racing in second position. The filly Mango Tango and Eddie Pedrosa in third and taking a keen hold. In fourth is Noor Al Hawa, who's on the inside of Arab Spring. On that one's outside is Ningara, and then on the outside races Dubawi Flame. Out the back of the field in the early stages is Duke of Dundee. He is last but one, and the American Raider Royal Albert Hall is absolute last in the hands of Alan Garcia as they go into the turn. A new leader, and it's Fort Moville who's now come through to take the lead, and he goes on now by 2 lengths to Fundamental racing in second, and Arab Spring is in third. Pompey, the yellow colours, around the outside in fourth. Chopin is making a move, but he's brutally wide out on the track, followed then by Mango Tango and Ningara, who's already coming under a ride. Noor Al Hawa then is on the inside. Miguar is next, then Dubawi Flame as they head down the back. Towards the inside is Vitally Important. He's now racing alongside the Blue Eye, who's certainly got more in front than behind, and Royal Albert Hall is still last, and last but one is Duke of Dundee. They've got less than 1,000 metres to go in the the Emir's Trophy, and it is Chopin who's out in front for Bahrain, and he's clear now by 4 lengths. In second place is Fort Moville, in third is Arab Spring, and then in fourth position is Pomfay. Fundamental is racing next, followed by the filly Mango Tango, and they're on the turn back towards home as they go now towards the final 600 metres, and Chopin still has the lead, and he's gone clear now by the best part of 6 lengths, and Frankie Dettori gets lower in the saddle on Arab Spring. He's now going to try and take second around the outside of Fort Moville, and then Pomfay, who is running huge as they make the turn in. Less than 300 to go in the Emir's Trophy, and Chopin has tried to steal it on the front end. He still leads by 5. Now in second place, Noor Al Hawa begins to charge, but he's running out of time. They've only got another 100 metres to go. Chopin is out in front, and he's not for catching today. Bahrain are going to take the Emir's Trophy. It is Chopin who wins. Now out on the racecourse, we have a race with a difference, as we see some potential riding stars of the future, as we have the Riders of the Future race. These are young riders, 13 years old and under, for a race which is supported by Ali bin Ali Group. We've already had a couple of very exciting pony races on the first 2 days of His Highness the Emir's Sword Festival meeting, and we have an intrepid field of 7 for the final pony race of the festival. Just a little behind the others is Al Jassasiyah, who trots in now to join the others. Watch out for Brook towards the near side, the chestnut pony ridden by Ahmad Mubarak. They'll be racing over 200 metres. Give them a cheer as they come up the track. They're off and running for the Riders of the Future race. And it was Al Takhira and Hassan out in front as they come now inside the final 50 metres. And now it is Al Yuwaina. And on the near side, finishing fast, is Al Jassasiyah. Oh, and that is too close to call. We might even have a dead heat. Very, very close indeed. And the couple of riders have come off just off the line, but they're quickly up on their feet. And well done to all of them in what's possibly the closest finish of the festival so far.
Well, we have been treated to some magnificent finishes over the 3 days of the Emir Sword Festival, and the stars of the future race did not disappoint. It's 200 meters on the turf, supported by the Ali bin Ali group. We've really enjoyed these races the last 3 days. Very, very tough for even eagle-eyed Mark to call the winner. I think both jockeys thought they'd won. Omar Hussein Al-Qahtani in the Al-Shakab colours. On the stand side there, a far side under a maximum all-out drive is Alouanaya in the hands of Abdullah Salim Al-Mari. It's been a very good couple of days for the Al-Maris. Inseparable at the line, but just Al-Jassasaya got there by a nose. Many congratulations to Emir Hussein Al-Qahtani in those famous Al-Shakab colours, and they're colours that will be carried by the heavily favoured Al-Murtajez, who goes for the Triple Crown, the Doha Triple Crown in the Emir's Sword. And it is the Emir's Sword next. I hope you enjoyed the riders of the future race. Congratulations to all the riders.
So we now move on to the feature race of the afternoon and the featured purebred Arabian race of this festival. It is, of course, His Highness the Emir's Sword, Group 1 for purebred Arabians, sponsored by Total E&P Qatar, run over 2,400 metres or a mile and a half, and 15 of the world's great Arabian racehorses line up for this most prestigious of races, with a prize money fund of $1 million US to the winner, and a triple crown is on the line should number 2, Al-Murtajez, be able to take the third and final leg of the ultimate racing prize. A field of 15, and Nick and Gina will very shortly be introducing the field.
Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, we come now to the feature race of the whole festival, the Emir's Sword. $1 million, the most prestigious Arabian horse race in the world, and as Mark said, the final leg of the Doha Triple Crown. Al-Murtajez has won the first 2 legs at the Qatar Goodwood Festival in England, and at the Qatar Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe meeting, which last year was held at Chantilly in France. So we start with number 1, Abu Al-Abyad, trained by Eric Lamartinel in the United Arab Emirates, and bidding to give jockey Gérard Lavranche his second win this afternoon here at Al Rayyan. A horse who's fast attaining legendary status is number 2, Al-Murtajez. Julien Auger rides the horse looking for the Triple Crown for Al-Shakab Racing and Thomas Forcy. Number 3 is Basel, one of 3 representatives in the race for Julian Smart and Al-Shahania Farms, who took the race last year with Gazwan. Number 4 is the British representative, Dotha Athbar, a first British representative in an Arabian race here in Qatar, trained in Newmarket in the UK by Phil Collington and ridden by Eddie Pedrosa. Number 5 is last year's winner Gazwan, who took advantage of a strong pace to beat Al-Murtajez in the 2016 edition of the Emir's Sword. Can he land back-to-back runnings of this race? Number 6 is Laft Nethar, another one for Thomas Forcy and Al-Shakab Racing. And number 7 is the third part of the Forcy Al-Shakab combination. Gina, as we move on to numbers 8 through 15.
Number 8 is Radan, who's the first of 2 representatives for Oman. This one trained by Ahmed Abdullah Al-Mazuki. Asad Al-Sayabi will take the ride. Number 9 is Sniper de Monalo. Helal Al-Alawi from the United Arab Emirates is the trainer. And Pat Cosgrave, the jockey on board, a horse who has some good form recently in Abu Dhabi. Number 10 was a winner on this card last year, Spaghetti, a former winner of His Highness the Emir's Silver Sword, Jassim Ghazali, the trainer, and Harry Bentley, the man on board. Number 11 is Taif for Alban de Mieux in the famous Umquan Silks. Olivier Pellier looking for another win this afternoon. Number 12 is Tefkir for Jassim Ghasali, another runner for Qatar's leading trainer, JP Guillenbert on board in the famous Mr. Khalifa bin Shail Al Kuwari Silks. Number 13 is Zakur for Faisal Abdullah Al Sanadi, the second of the Omani runners this afternoon. Al Motasem Al Balushi takes the ride. Number 14 is Ibraz. Alan Munro rides for Julian Smart, last year's winning trainer. And completing the field of 15, a second runner for Alban de Mieux in the form of Sihab in the Umquan Silks with Christian Demuro, the jockey.
For those trainers that are based locally here in Qatar, this is a hugely, hugely important race. It is the $1 million Emir's Sword, and it is a rematch between Al Murtajez and Ghazwan from last year. Very few people believed, Gina, that Al Murtajez could be beaten in this race 12 months ago, but beaten he was, partly because the Al Shahania team set a strong gallop with their two pacemakers, and that rather played against Al Murtajez. But not to be outdone today, Thomas Forsi himself is running 3 for Al Shakab in a bid to foil those tactics.
It's going to be fascinating to see how the race unfolds with several representatives from the leading stables here in Qatar, and of course the international representatives as well. A first runner for UK-based Philip Collington in the form of number 4, Dossa Athbar, and number 2, Al Murtajez, is certainly the one they've all got to beat, and will be, no doubt, the popular winner here with our crowd at Al Rayyan Racecourse.
And a postscript to our previous race, His Highness the Emir's Trophy, is that connections have confirmed that the next target for the runaway winner Chopin will be the Dubai Shima Classic on the 25th of March at Meydan. So we wish him well there to fly the flag, both for Bahrain and for this Qatar Emir's Sword Festival. So runners heading out onto the track then for the most prestigious race for purebred Arabians, sponsored by Total E&P Qatar. It is His Highness the Emir's Sword, and it'll be called once again by Mark Johnson.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming out onto the track, the runners for the 2017 His Highness the Emir's Sword, presenting the field. Number 1 is Abu Al-Abyad, the mount of Gerald Avranches. Number 2, Al Murtajez and Julien Auger, the winner 2 years ago. In the blue with the white stars is Basil, number 3, the mount of Marco Monteriso. In blue with white stars and the white cap, last year's winner Ghazwan and Richard Mullen. The silver with the white cap is 7, Metrag, the mount of Fala Bugenheim. Then in the orange and brown, Radad, number 8, and Asad Al-Siyabi. Black with the grey and blue sleeves, Dossa Athbar, number 4, and Eddie Pedrosa. In the blue with the grey stars and the white sleeves, Sniper de Montlot, Pat Cosgrave. White with the blue hollow box, Spaghetti, number 10, Harry Bentley. Maroon with the white spots, white cap, Taif, number 11, mount of Olivier Pellier. White with the blue hollow box, blue cap, if Tefkir, number 12, Jean-Pierre Guillenbert. Silver with the gold cap is number 6, Laft Nethar and Marvin Surland. In the beige with the black sleeves and cap is Zakur, number 13, and Al Multasem Al Balushi. Blue with the white stars and the blue and white starred cap is Ebraz, number 14, Alan Munro. Then the maroon with the white spots and the matching cap is Sahab, number 15, and Christian Demuro. A field of 15 with no changes for the $1 million US, His Highness the Emir's Sword, Grade 1, over 2,400 metres, and the runners now making their way to the start.
Safer. Cleaner.
More innovative.
More accessible.
Energy has to be better.
It's our responsibility.
And our commitment. Day after day. To make it better.
For all of us.
Total. Committed to better energy.
So the horses now making their way across to the 2,400 metres starting point. There we take a look at Basil, who's being followed across to the starting point by Zakir. All of them seem to be going down quite well to the starting point.
Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the presentation for the best turned out for this feature race of the afternoon. And we're delighted to have $1,500 as the prize, generously donated by Al Shakab and Louise Brassey to make the presentation to our winning recipient of the best turned out. It was number 1, Al-Bayat. And our congratulations to Rihan Al-An, the winning groom. Congratulations to the best turned out, horse number 1 in our Emir's sword.
With the Maroon Cup. The Maroon Cup will be Al-Murtajiz for a Shagab Racing, Thomas Forsey, and the jockey Julian Oich. Falah Al-Bugnaim, the Qatari jockey with a white cap, the grey jockey, Ma Mutraq, by Amr Ammas Samari. The blue and white will be Tafkir by Newman, ridden by GB Gamber. And here is the chestnut horse, أبو الأبيض. تعود ملكيته لسمو الشيخ خليفة بن زايد نهيان رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة. مشاركة دولية في سيف سيدي أمير البلاد المفدى. الجولة رقم 3 باسل عامر وسمرة للشحانية سمو الشيخ محمد بن خليفة الثاني، وجوليان سمارت في التدريب، ماركو مونتاريسو في التدريب. شعار الأحمر the red jockey will be horse number 1 the chestnut horse. رداد بالأورنج. الجولة رقم 8 رداد القادمة سلطنة عمان الشقيقة. الجولة رقم 5 غزوان الفائز والمرشح الأقرب للفوز والتصنيف الأعلى 124 عفوا التصنيف الأعلى والمرتجز هورس نمبر 2 134. جوليان سمارت مدرب غزوان ومدرب جهاد سمو الشيخ محمد بن خليفة الثاني. The Maroon jockey, the first one in the starting gate with the Maroon Cup. سحاب للباندميول كريستيان ديور. الشحانية في بوابات الانطلاق the blue cup للشحانية هورس نمبر 14 براز ألين مونرو on board. مسافة 2400 متر توتال برعاية توتال هذا الصيف الذي سوف ينطلق في الريان بارك على الأراضي العشبية. سيد هاري هاربرت يطلع معنا على الشاشة، مسؤول أو مدير سباقات الشاقب ريسينج على الأعصاب. هورس نمبر 7 مطرق عامر ماس سمري. فالح البوغني من بورد كتاري جوكي. أبو الأبيض with the red jockey in the starting gate for His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan. They are ready to run for the Emir Sword 2017. So, ready to run. And they're off and racing. أيها المتابعون الكرام 2017 سيف سيدي أمير البلاد المفدى حفظه الله ورعاه. هذه الشعارات 15 شعار ينطلق ويتنافس منافسة قوية جدا لمنافسات الخيل العربية الأصيلة على سيف سيدي أمير البلاد المفدى ذا جراي جوكي وذا يلو كاب لفت نظر باي مجد العرب in front مع مارفن سورلاند ينطلق بالمركز الأول. يأتينا في المركز الثاني أيها المتابعون الكرام هنالك التقدم من قبل باسل سلالة عامر والسمرة ماركو مونتاريسو and the second. على المركز الثاني الجواد رقم 3 بينما المركز الرابع هنالك ذا جراي جوكي again also the maroon cup المرتجز للشقب ريسينج في المركز الثالث بينما المركز الرابع تدخل من قبل جواد سباجيتي سنوبي سلالة سنوبي هاري بنتلي امبورد على المركز الرابع في سيف سيدي أمير البلاد المفدى حفظه الله ورعاه طايف. يأتينا أيضا مرشح قوي في سيف سيدي الأمير بالمارون جوكي شعار سمو الشيخ عبد الله بن خليفة الثاني ينطلق بقيادة أوليفيه بيليه انطلاق الطايف سلالة جميلة وعامر أخو الأفحل. هذا أخو الأفحل أيها المتابعون الكرام. نعود إلى الصدارة إلى المركز الأول تغير الصدارة لصالح سمو الشيخ محمد بن خليفة الثاني بانطلاقة الجواد أيها المتابعون الكرام. باسل ينطلق مع ماركو مونتاريسو بينما المرتجز يتدخل from the far side with the grey jockey and maroon cup. ينطلق إلى المركز الأول المرتجز سلالة داحس وجوليان اويج انا فرنت بالمركز الأول. تدخل من قبل الجواد اللي هو إبراز أيضا يتدخل للشحانية بينما غزوان قادم هنا في المركز الثالث. المارون جوكي طايف على المركز الثاني خطوة بخطوة. شوف الزرق من الفار سايد ان المركز الأول لجراي جوكي. انطلاق موفق إلى سيف سيدي أمير البلاد المفدى الشمال ولا الشحانية ولا لوسيل. فعلا أيها المتابعون الكرام شوف ذا جراي جوكي وذا جراي هورس المرتجز ان فرنت بينما هنا إبراز عامر ماسا مارين ذا سكند طايف ان ذا ثيرد. انطلاق سيف سيدي أمير البلاد المفدى ذا مارون جوكي from the far side he looking forward for the sword بينما هنا إبراز عامر ماسا مارين مورو he will win the Emir sword 2017. فعلا هورس نمبر 14 إبراز عامر ماسامري ألين مورو he won the Emir sword. فعلا أيها المتابعون الكرام سباق قوي جدا. خطفت للشحانية سيف أمير البلاد المفدى إلى الشحانية إلى سمو الشيخ محمد بن خليفة الثاني بسباق جميل جدا 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 للخيل العربية الأصيلة. المرتجز في خبركان طايف في خبركان الشحانية the blue jockey with the white stars he won the sword.
Now returning to the winner's circle, the winner of the 2017 His Highness the Emir Sword, Alan Monroe, aboard the Julian Smart trained Ebraz.
So His Highness the Emir's sword goes to Julian Smart for the second consecutive year, and to His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Thani, who also bred this colt by Amma. Alan Munro completes a double here at this Emir's Sword Festival, and a huge moment for Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Thani and for the Al Shahania stud operation as they take the Emir's Sword once again. It was another attritional race, and a young horse, Ibraz, a horse perhaps with the most potential in the race, has come to the fore and has won decisively the $1 million Emir's Sword. The winner was number 14, Ibraz. Do stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because in a few moments' time, after we've spoken to the connections, we will be beginning the prize giving for the silver sword, the sword, and the Emir's trophy. And Julian Smart, the winning trainer, is a very happy man, and he is just debriefing the other jockeys who contributed to the win. But you might have heard a loud roar from Julian, and he's now with Gina.
Julian, we saw how much that meant to you. Sum up how you're feeling.
You do not understand how much that meant to me.
Emotional time. And now tell us a little bit about this horse, because as Nick mentioned, he is the progressive horse, the one that there could be even more to come from. Did you know before the race that he was your biggest chance?
No, look, Gazwan was the favourite, but you cannot give this horse 6 kilos. I'm telling you, this is a superstar. I told everybody from the beginning, we got unlucky over a mile 2 starts ago. We were unlucky again last time out when he hit the front too soon. I just said to Alan, look, make sure that over this trip and over the pace they're going to go, you've got to use the weight to your advantage. And boy, did he ever. What a great ride, what a great little horse.
And what a pace they did go. That very much played into his strengths.
Yeah, look, I mean, the others, you know, they used the same tactics as me, so I don't know if they were cheating as well as I was last year, but hey, you know, we've won the race again. So, listen, I've got some very good horses over 1.5 miles. They really are. And it's just very, very disappointing for me that the program for the Arabians, that's the only 1.5 mile race there is. You know, there needs to be more of it. We need to move away from sprint races for the Arabs, because they're not bred for that. They're not designed for it. We need more longer races, and I hope in the future Doha at least maybe will set the trend and start having longer races for them.
And this, as Nick mentioned, is the most prestigious race for purebred Arabians in the world. Where do you go from here? What next for this horse?
Well, look, you know, it's all about the Triple Crown right now for the big yards like ourselves. And whoop, Gazwan, you wouldn't kick me, would he? He's my own horse. Careful, please, careful, please.
He's emerged unscathed, but where next?
Yeah, look, I got to speak to Sheikh Mohammed first, see what we want to do for the rest of the season. But for me, the mile is his absolute minimum. But at Goodwood, it's possible, you know, it probably rides a little bit longer than 1 mile. So we'll probably aim him at the Triple Crown. Why not? You know, that's what it's all about now. Somebody wants to be the first winner of the Triple Crown. So why not him? You know, let's see what happens.
Well done. Congratulations, Julian.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And the result is now official. The order of finish: first, number 14, Ebraz; second, number 11, Taif; third was number 2, Al Mortajez; the fourth horse, number 5, Gazwan; and fifth was number 9, Sniper de Montlot. 14, 11, 2 and 5. The run time, 2 minutes 37.97 seconds, 2:37.97. And the winning margins, 3.5 lengths and ahead. 3.5 lengths and ahead. Race 8, His Highness the Emir's Sword, is now official.
They're off and
His
racing.
Highness the Emir Sword of 2017, and they got away to a very level break. Roused along is Basil towards the outside of Al Mortages, who's very prominent, and now it's one of his pacemakers, Left Nethar, who will come and claim the lead. So it is Left Nethar who has gone on to Al Mortages with the maroon cap, and on that one's outside is Basil. Those are the first three. The one who had to be taken right back off heels as they went round the turn was Abu Alabiad, who almost clipped heels. At the back of the field is Radad in the early stages. Another one who had to go very wide to avoid traffic problems in the early part was Sahab. So they come up the home straight for the first time in His Highness the Emir's Sword, and the leader is Laft Nethar. Towards the outside it is Basil who's racing in second, and the horse who seeks the Triple Crown, Al Mortages, is perfectly placed in third position early in the hands of Julien Auger. Then towards the inside in fourth is Spaghetti as they spin away from the stands. Tafe is racing in fifth. Towards the inside is Ebraz, who is in sixth position. For Britain is Dossa Athbar. He is now in seventh. Gazwan is in eighth, and he's travelled well to this point as now they begin to make the run down the back straight, and it looks as though the pace has dropped off now. They're beginning to concertina up in front. They went hard for the first third of the race. They've slowed up here, and now Al Mortages has to go out a little bit wide to try and get clear sailing as he has the two pace setters coming right back into his lap. So it's now Basil on the outside of Left Nethar. These are the first two, but he can wait no more on Al Mortages, and Julien Auger, with just less than 1,000 metres to go, has allowed the champion to stride on. The winner 2 years ago, Al Mortages, now has another 900 metres to go if he's going to take his Triple Crown. And giving chase in second is Tafe, as now the field to begin to get strung out. Gazwan begins to make his move around the outside. He's three deep on the outside of Ebraz, and they really have got strung out here as Al Mortages has thrown it down to them with that massive, massive move midway down the back stretch. In second is Ebraz and Alan Monroe. Gazwan is back in third and driven. Tafe towards the inside is in fourth, and then Spaghetti in fifth, but it is Al Mortages who is digging, but he's being tackled on both wings. Here on the outside is Ebraz, and Ebraz now is breaking the heart of Al Mortages, and it is Ebraz for Julian Smart and Alan Monroe, and Ebraz has taken the Emir Sword. Tight for second between...
Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the closing ceremony of the His Highness Emir Sword Festival here at Al Rayyan 2017. In addition to all the excellent thoroughbred and purebred Arabian racing we've enjoyed over the last 3 days, there's also been a CSI 5-star show jumping internationally recognized competition just next door here at Al Rayyan, and I'm delighted to welcome the first 3 competitors in that competition to the presentation podium. I'd like you to congratulate them. Fine performances all. First of all, in bronze medal position, in third position, Deniz Demirsoy from Turkey. In silver medal position, please once again show your appreciation for Saudi Arabia, for Abdullah Al-Shabati. And in gold medal position, representing Qatar, many congratulations to our winner, Sheikh Ali bin Hamad Al Thani. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to remain upstanding as we play the Qatar national anthem. Please, once again, show your appreciation for your winner for Qatar, Sheikh Ali bin Hamad Al Thani. And very shortly, gentlemen, I'd like to ask you to stay just where you are, and the presentation party will arrive. The prizes will be presented by the Emir of Qatar, His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, and alongside him will be Mr. Hamad bin Abdul Rahman Al Attaya, the President of the Qatari Equestrian Federation. And His Highness will now make the presentations in the company of Mr. Hamad bin Abdul Rahman Al Attaya, the President of the Qatari Equestrian Federation. First of all, to Tazir Demisroy from Turkey, and to Abdullah Al-Shabati from Saudi Arabia, a silver medalist. And a special moment for Qatar and the gold medalist, Sheikh Ali bin Hamad Al Thani, who is enjoying such an illustrious career, wins the CSI 5-star show jumping event. And this event, of course, would not have been possible without the sponsorship of the institutions who have led their support to this event. And His Highness Sheikh Tamim and Mr. Al Attaya will now make a special presentation to the sponsors. And first of all, I'd like to welcome Ali Ahmed Al-Kuwari, the CEO of the Qatar National Bank.
So we move on to the presentation for the Al Sabiq races. We've not only enjoyed great sport on the track for the thoroughbreds and the purebred Arabians, but some thrilling finishes to our Al Sabiq races. And we make the presentation now to the jockey who finished in 4th place.
Yeah, so Sheikh Tamim and Mr. Al-Attaya presenting to the sponsors. Ali Ahmed Al-Kuwari, CEO of Qatar National Bank. Ibrahim Jassem Al-Othman, CEO of United Development Company. Mohammed Abdul Karim Al-Amadi, CEO of Al-Amadi Enterprises. And Mr. Osama Abdullah Al-Abdul Ghani, Chairman of Abdul Ghani and Brothers Company. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your support of the show jumping section of this His Highness the Emir's Sword Festival.
Well, His Highness is also going to make the presentation for our Al Sabiq riders in the company of His Excellency Mr. Isa Al Muhannadi, Chairman of qrec, and Nasser Sharidi Al Karbi, the General Manager here at the Qatar Racing and Equestrian Club. In 4th position in the Al Sabiq, Mohammed Abdullah Tayez Al Jumaili. In 3rd position, Rashid Ali Mohammed Al Mari. Your Al Sabiq runner-up 2017 is Mohammed Abdullah Saeed Juma. And Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Al Sabiq 2017 is Abdullah Mubarak Abdullah Al Mahaid. Now, it's also a first at this His Highness the Emir's Sword Festival. We had a new race we enjoyed yesterday for Qatari riders, for up-and-coming young talent. And His Highness now makes the presentation to those riders, starting within 3rd place. Abdullah Agadam Al Mari. In 2nd place, Rashid Ali Al Saq. And the winner of the Qatari Riders Thoroughbred Handicap 2017, Abdullah Hazam Al Saq. Now, we've also been treated to some wonderful action from our miniature ponies and young riders of the future race. And we're delighted to make the presentation now to those jockeys. Starting with the winner of the Riders of the Future race. On board Al Jassasaya, Omer Hussein Al Katani. And it was a thrilling finish and just touched off into 2nd place, albeit giving a wonderful performance in the process. Our congratulations to the runner-up, Abdullah Salam Mar Al-Rami. In 3rd place, Mubarak Hassan Al-Mutwi. And our congratulations go to all of those participating in the Riders of the Future race. Salmin Khalid Al-Suwaidi. And what a great performance from all 7 of our Riders of the Future. Our thanks go to our sponsors of this race, without whom it would not be possible. His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Saud Al Thani, Chairman of the Board of Directors, DAAM. And we extend our thanks also to His Excellency Sheikh Nawaf Nasser bin Khaled Al Thani, Chairman of Nasser bin Khaled Holdings. And finally, to Mr. Salman Abdullah Al Dulgani Al Abdulgali, Chairman of Horizon Automobiles, the exclusive agent of Aston Martin here in Qatar.
So, Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the prize ceremony for the Emir's Silver Sword. And I'd like to welcome up onto the stage Mr. Mohammed Abdul Karim Al Amadi from Al Amadi Enterprises. His Excellency Issa Al Mahanaladi and Nasser Sharida Al Kabi remain with us. And congratulations to the winning rider of Ganas, Gérald Avranches. And now the winning trainer, Hadi Al Ramzani. And receiving the winning owner's trophy, representatives from Al Jarayan Stud. The Silver Sword, 250,000 US dollars, going the way of AJS Ganas.
And we move on to the presentation for His Highness the Emir's Trophy, a Group 1 worth $1 million US dollars. The winner was Chopin, and His Highness now makes the presentation to the winning jockey, Alberto Sanna. And he is joined on stage by our sponsor, Juan Carlos Capelli, Vice President and Head of International Marketing for Longines. And our congratulations also go to our winning trainer from Bahrain, Abdullah Kuwaiti. And finally, congratulations to the winning owner of Chopin, winner of the Emir's Trophy 2017, Mr. Mayor Ibrahim Lutfala. And our thanks to Longines, Mr. Juan Carlos Capelli, the Vice President and our winning owner, receiving not only a fabulous trophy, but also a very special Longines watch.
And now on to the presentation for His Highness the Emir's Sword, and Alan Munro, the winning rider of Ibraz, receiving his trophy from His Highness, who's alongside Monsieur Guillaume Chalmin, the Managing Director of Total E&P. And for the second consecutive year, please welcome the winning trainer of Ibraz, Julian Smart. And like Ghazwan last year, Ibraz raced in the royal blue and white starred colours of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Thani, who also bred this colt by Amma. And congratulations to His Highness and all his team at Al Shahania Studs. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the His Highness the Emir's Sword 2017, Ibraz. And our thanks once again to our sponsors, Total E&P Qatar, and to Monsieur Chalmin for your continued support of the event. Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation ceremony for the Emir's Sword 2017. Thank you for your support and attendance over the 3 days. And we'll look forward to seeing you back here again in 12 months' time. So the Emir's Sword Festival draws to a conclusion, and just time for Gina and me to bid you a fond farewell, and fond it is because it's been 3 fabulous days racing. Today's raced by Gina, and we've seen some star quality in our 2 feature races, which is exactly what we come here to see.
Very much so. Of course, we saw an exciting, thrilling race in last year's His Highness Emir's Sword with Ghazwan the victor. Same trainer, same colours, similarly thrilling tactics, but a success for a young horse who is definitely going to be a name of the future, and as we heard from the trainer, one to watch for the Triple Crown races, which is what it's all become about. With the £1 million bonus, somebody has got to win it, and that horse certainly looks like a live contender.
He's bound now for Goodwood next year, the Qatar Goodwood Festival, and then the Qatar Prix l'Arc de Triomphe, which will once again be held at Chantilly. The big thoroughbred race of the day was the Emir's Trophy, and it was a runaway win for Chopin in the hands of Alberto Sanna for Bahrain. A massively important victory for Bahrain, perhaps their most important on the international stage. And Chopin is now bound for the Dubai Shima Classic on World Cup night at Meydan, and that would be a huge feather in the cap of this event if he were to go on and perform there.
Very much so, and it was a runaway success. Again, a thrilling race to watch. He went from pillar to post, an excellent ride by Alberto Sanna, and a horse who we know well. He ran in Europe when he was trained in Germany, but he really seems to have been revitalised since joining his Bahraini connections, and again, a horse to watch on the world stage.
And the Qatar Derby winner Noor Al Hawa finishing a very creditable second, giving some sort of solidity to the form. Elsewhere today, we saw the first running of the Dukan Sprint, which went for the 2nd consecutive year to Is That Right? Yet another one for Jassim Ghazali, who once again has dominated the undercard here.
And it's been fantastic to see some international winners as well. Last night with Sovereign Debt in the Irish Thoroughbred Marketing Cup, and a further international success today in the Albeda Mile as well for Mr. Scaramanga for the Simon Dow team. So hopefully that will mean continued international presence and runners over the coming years as this festival continues to grow and gain in global importance.
Absolutely echo all your sentiments. It's been great to be with you. It's been extremely enjoyable. We've had a great time here in Doha. We can't wait to come back for the next edition of the Emir's Sword. We've seen some real quality today here at Al Rayyan. Once again, thanks so much for watching. Thank you for your support from Gina and from me and from all our team who've worked so hard over the last 3 days. Thank you very much. Good night.
Goodbye.